It's the biggest sporting day in Australia. That's right, folks, and it all happens right now. It is the grand final, AFL action. I tell you what, we've been waiting for this for a long time, folks. All season it's come down to this. The league ladder, who ended up on top of the ladder, the Sydney Swans taking on the gallant Lions, who were runners-up in last year's grand final. Can Sydney continue on their merry way, or can the Brisbane Lions, who are in form, have all the belief in the world, the comeback kids over the past few weeks, can they get this job done today? It's going to be an epic battle, and it's all coming to you right here today with the call of the game. Let me just try and get that bit straighter. So it should be an absolute ring-a-ding-ding game here today, folks. As I said, we have been looking forward to this game for such a long time. Here are your lineups. We are 17 minutes to the bounce. Welcome in, everybody. Howdy G. How you going, brother? Who are we all tipping? Don't forget, put your votes in. Who you think is going to win today's big game, the AFL Grand Final? Of course, let's head over and have a little bit of a look at the lineups. And of course, Sydney go in, well, it's unchanged lineup for the Sydney Swans. Braden Campbell is the sub there for Sydney, and of course, Connor McKenna is the sub there for Brisbane. Let's have a look at the teams now. The full back line, it's Rampy, McCartan, Blakey. Half backs are Lloyd, Cunningham, Melican. The centres are Jordan, Chad Warner, Florent. The half forwards are Parker, Donald, McDonald and Goulden. And the forwards are Papley, Armity, Hayward. The followers are Grundy, Heaney, Rowbottom. The interchange, Roberts, Fox, McInerney and McLean. Of course, for the Brisbane Lions, Darcy Fort comes in. Oscar McInerney goes out after dislocating his shoulder last week, the big ruckman. The fullbacks, Zorko, Andrews, Ainsworth. Of course, the half-backs, Starcevich, Payne, Lester, Fletcher, Ashcroft, McCluggage are the centres. And, of course, the half-forwards are Rayner, Danaher, Berry. The forwards, Charlie Cameron. Can he pull one out of the bag today and have a ring-a-ding-ding game? I'm sure he loves the big stage, Charlie Cameron. Eric Hipwood and Archie. The followers are Fort, Dunkley and Lockie Neal. The interchange, Lohman, Morris, Bailey and Wilmot. That is your team lineup, folks, for today's game. If we just have a little bit of a look. Sydney going into this game as favourites at 175. 208 is the Brisbane Lions. It should be a fantastic game, but I really do feel that the Brisbane Lions might be able to get the job done. We'll see, though. All comes down to who's going to get the best start today. Of course, Sydney have been known for their slow starts in the past. Well, that being said, Brisbane haven't started overly fast either. But they both come back. They both come back with a vengeance. All right, that's enough of me talking just at the moment. As I said, folks, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. If you want to comment in the live chat, you just hit that subscribe button. It's only you need to be subscribed for 1 minute, and that'll allow you to chat in the live chat as we go along for today's AFL Grand Final. All right, folks, I'm just going to take you down to the commentators as they have words on the game. Pre-match, 14 minutes out from this big match here at the MCG here in Melbourne, where it's the Sydney Swans taking on the Brisbane Lions.
They're in cracking form. Fought the early change. We feel for Oscar McInerney. Such a fabric play, OG, for the Brisbane Lions.
Yeah, he is. What he showed last week, that really against Geelong, dislocating his shoulder, then came back out, played another 40-odd minutes, and they're all feeling for him. But right now the folks on the job at hand, and the story for the Brisbane Lions this season, since they were 4.5 wins from 11 games, it's been an amazing fight back, and we've sort of seen that over the last 2 finals as well, Joe.
Hodgie, do you think that Joey will ruck a little bit more than his normal 10 or 15%? Will that go up today to help Darcy Ford out?
No, I think the plan will be
Stick with it.
it will be 40 go in and play the same similar minutes as what Oscar has been, and then put Joe in there when they need a rest. They'll keep things as natural as what they can be.
Hodgie, this part of the game, you can use a lot of nervous energy. I'm thinking, how do you contain that? How do you hold it back as a player in this period here where Sydney are about to come out, Brisbane are out now? How do you control your emotions at this point?
Well, I think that's where if the Brisbane Lions are out in the field, they're going through the similar warm-up as what they do. The messages from the coaches there, from the Sydney boys, it's pretty much just reiterating what they've got to do out there as soon as the game starts. So you try and keep things as natural as you possibly can, even though they've had to be in there a little bit longer because of the pre-show entertainment. But as a player, you're just waiting for that ball to start, ball to go up, that first contest, first impact.
So we've had a lot of addresses from the coaches, and now it's just players here. Dane Rampy gathering together. You see John Longmire, Dean Cox in the background there. Player-driven thing. Last instructions. I think that was a pretty simple instruction, that one. Yep. Luke Parker, what a player. 5th grand final for Luke. Another grand final. Only Pendlebury and Sidebottom are the only other current players that have played in 5 grand finals.
Crowd club embarrassed 2 years ago on this stage. They lowered their colours to the Cats, but this is a different team. Rich Owen feels different.
Absolutely, JB. I mean, you've got another 45 to 50 games into those young players that played that day. Goldman and Blakey and Warner. And they've turned into absolute superstars, all of them. So they're a totally different team. They've been in the 8 all year. They've been on top basically all year. They had that one patch. They've turned that around in the last 6 weeks, and over the last couple in particular really got their mojo right back to where it needs to be.
Talking about feeling for Oscar McInerney, we also feel for Callum Mills. Hamstring, very close, we understand, but a risk not worth taking, Hodgie, so the skipper misses out.
Yeah, he does. And you could sort of see how distraught he was post their win. He was trying to, as a team morale, be up and about, but you could see the look on his face that he's put in that much hard work to get back, and then to do a hamstring 17, 18 days out before the grand final, shuddering for him.
How good does that look? We are not far away. Lions and the Swans, the 2024 grand final is moments away. AFL Premiership Cup tour around Australia. The most sought after silverware in our game arrives at the MCG. To deliver the 2024 Premiership Cup to our club champions, would you please welcome Premiership Cup Ambassador Josh Kennedy. Representing the Sydney Swans is past club captain Stewie Maxfield. And representing the Brisbane Lions, Australian Rules Football Hall of Fame legend and three-time Brisbane Premiership coach, Lee Matthews. May the best team win. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, would you please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I want to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this afternoon. I'd always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to them also. Wominjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yimikondi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Budambor War, Kondi Nagnak Duban Big Bullock Bor Tilligan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Wabong language group. And Wyong, Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, welcome, enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. If you're able, would you now please rise, remove your caps and join with the players, coaches and umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by Cody Simpson.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil, well foretold. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Wow. Cody Simpson. Now down to these guys, Fagan and Longmire, with their teams. So much hinging on the form of Heaney and Papley.
MCG. 2 interstate sides, New South Wales and Queensland engaged, the whole of Australia interested in this one. And as we go to the middle, Riley Bat is about to toss the ball, and Harris Andrews in there very, very early. Dane Randy on his way now. The umpire in there, Nick Foote, umpiring his first grand final. What a thrill it would be for him. So a bit of wind out there, important toss here for the skippers. Wonder whether they've thought about it.
This is Riley tossing the point. Harris, it's going to be your call, mate. Let's go, Riley. That is a heads. Perfect. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
To the punt road end go the Brisbane Lions. Down that end, Daisy Thomas is positioned behind the goals for and stays. A real footballer's position you've got now.
Yeah, it's incredible down here, JB. This is the spot that club land they use every week. This is how they review the game. So if you're thinking tactics, trying to figure out what's happening ahead of the ball, behind the ball, this is the spot that the clubs look for. So I'll be here all afternoon long. I'll be bringing you the insights of why there's a +1. Whatever is happening ahead of the ball or behind it, I'll be here. And I'll tell you what, the atmosphere out here with the punters, this might be the best spot to see.
Final few words there. Reasonably warm afternoon here in Melbourne, perhaps in the mid-20s.
So Daisy down there at the punt road end, BT, right behind the goals.
The dual Brownlow medalist, the runner, the starter of all energy for Sydney.
Happily already banging into a couple. What's going through your mind, Odgie, right now?
Now, if you're in the middle, it's about getting your hands on the ball, trying to get meterage first. It's about taking the ground early in the game. Get the ball on your forward line, put pressure on the opposition.
No surprise, Starcevic to Papley. He's the lockdown specialist.
Low bottom to Neil.
It all comes down to this, the 2024 AFL Grand Final. Swans Lions, and we are underway. Parked under at Grundy, fought with him. Little soccer ball forward, early touch from Neil. Starcevic off to Big Darcy. Floating ball here and controlled by Blakey.
Blakey wants to go immediately. They love to go in low and hard. Starcevic did a good job. Trying to get under that wind. Blustery conditions here today, especially pushing towards the city end. There's Fletcher. Out wide, not such a good kick. Harris Andrews able to tidy it up. RT has been important for Lions at various times throughout the year. Picked up by Goulden. Beautiful little ball into Warner. How good they've been, that pair. Goulden was closed down at the last minute. Lions players everywhere. Ashcroft got it out wide. Hipwood. Archie again. Ainsworth. There go Brisbane.
The touches already for Ashcroft. Short to Fletcher. Gets it back. He'll get it back here. No. McCluggage hangs on. Jams it inside 50. Who comes at it? Charlie! Could not hang on. Neil with the snap, but it's been paid. So they come back.
Just made the mark.
Definitely played the mark.
No advantage from the mark.
It did bobble out, but did he have it long enough?
That was just a perfect kick from Hugh McCluggage in front of him, so Charlie could use his space. This is the match-up where Harry Cunningham was all over Charlie last time these two sides played. He was on him for 95 minutes, and Charlie didn't score a goal against him. This is huge for the Lions, being able to hit the board early.
Charlie Cameron. Big game player.
Listen, Richo, we stood down at that end. It feels like it's pushing right to left. We saw the players. They all allowed for it, and it doesn't move.
It doesn't, and you've got to realise that early now. Cameron hung it out there. It didn't come back. Don't give away the goals at that end.
No, got to kick it inside the goalposts. Or start it inside the goalposts. Here's Heaney. Electric. Inside 50. Pat He's got to make this work with Mark falling back. Leicester steady. Little ball into Berry.
Jordan has the job on Zorko.
McCluggage. Northern wing here. He's gone. Lloyd runs at him. McCluggage goes for the all or nothing in the middle of the key ground. Neil to Berry. Berry a rough one to McCluggage. The turnover complete. Heaney on the rebound. Ran into the wall. Did Warner. They got him. They got him all right. Right on the logo.
So the heat's on early.
Holding, Sydney.
Grundy holding 3, interesting battle. Hasn't played for a while.
That's what Jordan has to do. And the Swans have it. You've still got to draw the footy, even though you're playing that role on Zorko.
Folds it back to Cunningham.
Play on.
Rampy on short. Deep ball. McDonald, the most likely. Neil's hands were clean. Smothered kick there, Berry. Dunkley.
Contact, I think fit.
It's going to come back. Classy thought they'd marked the ball anyway.
There's a great tackle from Charlie Cameron, but it was great from Warner to lock it up. Brisbane had 2 or 3 numbers around the side, and then the forward pressure there from Sydney Swans, keeping the ball in there.
He just slides it down the line here, and we have a moment to regain their composure here.
Just on the subs, BT, I'll get them in now. So for the Lions, it is Conor McKenna, quite settled in that position, played every final for the Lions as the sub in 2024. And for the Swans, it is Braden Campbell for the 6th time this year.
Yeah, they're both good subs to come on, that is for sure. They can give something the moment they do, they can impact. Grundy, now Grundy's saying it was touched off the boot there by Dunkley. The umpire says no, it's out of bounds on the ball.
Grundy made a mistake there, but I love his attitude, trying to keep it in his spot, grab it, get second efforts and get the ball moving their way. Use his size.
Dunkley, very good overhead.
Yeah, good win for Brisbane, and this quick play on, that's good.
Hipwood's out.
They did more of that second half against the Cats.
Joe Danaher. Superb delivery from Hipwood.
And take it back to Dunkley with the contested mark, and then getting that handball received on. It allowed the ball to keep flowing. It allowed Joe to get back to the square and set up on the lead. No numbers back. That's where you want the defender. Joe had space, that simple push off, but you go back to Dunkley. He starts everything.
Joe normally likes his side. He's pretty accurate. But as we saw earlier with Charlie's, he'll be pushing across the face of goal.
He is white hot, Joe Danaher. That's the same result across the face.
They're all allowing for it. You just heard Hodgie say it'll push across the face of the goal. It pushes from right to left. That's what they're all thinking. They're allowing for it, and it's not happening. Looking back into play. Really had it knocked away. Fox got the handle out wide to the fast-running Warner. Warner goes inside without great direction. Harris Andrews able to cut it off here with Joe.
Already 2 intercepts on a couple of Sydney entries. They've been blazing from 75, 80. Leicester's taken one, and now Andrews. Just got to lower their eyes.
Jasper Fletcher, so composed for a young man. Archie got a couple to beat in the air. Look at McCluggage, magnificent front and centre. Flicks it to Archie. It gets through his legs. Ollie Florent. Jordan gets out of the tackle but needs some help. He's not getting out of the second one.
Wow, Charlie Cameron was onto him then. Slipped the first tackle. Charlie got him on the second.
Yeah, 2 good tackles from Charlie. So Brisbane, fast starters. Sydney haven't been. 33 disposals to 16. 2 set shots at goal. Have to convert next time you get a shot. Got to take advantage of this start.
McCluggage had a little bit of the ball already. Wilmot here. An attacking defender. Berry right in the middle of the G. Back to Wilmot. They will him to run. He does that. Bit of a sidewinder inside 50 with no great accuracy. And the mark is taken here by Lloyd in the back end. And he just finds Rampy wide.
This is where Sydney defending really well. They're working back. They're getting the spare behind the ball. So any time the Lions have pushed forward, they've had an outnumber.
Roy bottom. Haven't been corridor yet, the Swans. Teams have forced them down the line more. in this latter part of the year.
Marty involved. Ainsworth worked through a couple of Swan tackles. The bottom stripped of it. Ashcroft back to Neil. Ainsworth in and out of trouble. Morris nearly.
As we expect, Luke Parker's got the job on Harris Andrews. He's just going to try and sit in behind him. Just try and make him accountable. If the ball comes up, push a finger in his back just so he can't take those intercept marks.
To make contact, Rowbottom was taken home. James Rowbottom here. Shea with the northern stand here. Back to capacity. High ball in, McDonald setting himself, getting back. McLean was there as well. Parker got the handball to Jordan. Nailed in the Dunkley tackle. Zorko with a little skitter out of play. Spills to Rampy. Rampy bangs it back inside 50. High ball. Andrews has got it covered.
This is the reason why Hugh McCluggage couldn't kick it inside 450. Rampy. He's been dropping off his opponent, getting to a dangerous spot. It's making the Lions midfield overuse the ball. We saw the next play inside 450. Kick it straight to the spare. Daisy.
Cal Archie's got the job on Nick Blakey so far. Every time Blakey runs off, Archie's spreading with width, trying to just get as loose as he can.
Flying shot and misses.
So not worried about Blakey's impact going forward. If he can't impact there, Archie is just spreading to the wing, looking like Brisbane are going to use him as exits all afternoon.
Very good form, Lester. He's gone here. So much noise and Goulden closed him down. The best inside 50 kicker in the comp.
Well, everything's been long and high so far.
Errol Goulden to Amani. And he's tunneled. Advantage paid. That is a goal. First blood, Sydney.
Zorko just working him under the footy with a little bit of what we call tunnelling in basketball terms, and straight onto it Hayward to kick his 200th goal.
It was a good block from Parker as well. It allowed a bit of a mismatch on Amati, which forced the free kick, and Hayward, we know he's been a lethal finisher all year, but Parker with the unrewarded block there.
This goal taking some 10 minutes in this grand final. There's Warner. Just flows through the middle. Kick edged off outside the boot. Little one from McInerney. Got it to Papley. Papley around the corner. What about that? He's just come off the bench. Can't believe I'm doing this.
It's a dangerous clearance from Sydney, getting it out the front from Warner, but this is the smarts of Papley as a forward. He goes into the centre square and loses Starcevic. And if you give a bloke like Papley any room inside forward 50, Starcevic got to him to put pressure on, but he's just too smart around the goals. And if you're a Brisbane Lions player or supporter, there's one person who you don't want to hit the scoreboard early, it's Papley, because he gets them up and going.
Neil, McCluggage, Fletcher. Morris has got a couple to beat in the air. Melican, Blakey has to kick over a couple of sets of hands. Bounces it to the outer side. Flicked ahead. Heaney, the dangerous one. Couldn't get enough penetration on that.
Great chase. Really good chase there. Probably saved a goal because they had numbers goal side there, the Sydney Swans. Just got enough pressure on Wilmot.
Yeah, it was Wilmot, Richo. He was good, wasn't he?
Yeah, really good. They had out the back numbers there. Papley was streaming to an open goal square.
So Answorth. Big ball here. Hipwood 4 deep. Lockie Neal at the front. Slides it to Fletcher. Fletcher goes inside 50. High ball, 2-on-1. Lohman front and centre. Got foot contact, but out of bounds. That'll do. They'll get a stoppage deep here to Brisbane. A chance to lock it in.
This game's getting played in the hands of Sydney. They've had a lot more space. There's been a couple of times out in the other wing where there's been grass from the run into. For the Lions to succeed today, they have to congest the stoppage and not give the leg speed of the Sydney midfield space.
In possession, Grundy. Little hand in, broke up the handball. They bash it forward. Pulled it along down the line. Carries everyone. That mightn't be a bad result. Andrews. Parker. Harris has got to go back and help it into the hands of Leicester. His kick's not great. Turnover. Haywood. Tumbling end on end. Starcevic been really good. Excellent final series. And some respite in the back half here for Brisbane.
Bailey and Dunkley.
22 marks already, but most of them are in this area behind centre. They're not really taking metres with any of these kicks and marks. So they might look like they're dominating possession, but the inside 50 count is 9-4 Sydney's way.
Really desperate here, Brisbane, to keep it in the corridor.
Sydney got so many numbers. They're defending space throughout the corridor.
He's found a little bit here, Hodgie. Look at that. Leicester ran onto it, and that's how easy it can be. When you take the short way home, RT is going to play on and go to Lohman. Wow, they were determined to keep it in the corridor.
Terrific. They controlled tempo. Those 5 or 6 marks in the back half. Then there was an opening through the middle to Leicester. Leicester takes that mark forward to centre. It was only the 6th mark forward to centre, but they were out everywhere. Great control, but then going forward when they had space.
Now, he must not hit it outside the right-hand goal post. Aim at the middle. Here for Lohman. In he comes. That is absolutely perfect.
A big goal there.
And this was the composure from, you can see the two City blokes trying to deny the zone, but the run from Ryan Lester from behind and the kick from Hugh McCluggage was perfect. You had Joey Danaher out the back by himself, but he chose to go to Archie, and that was the build-up that they were looking for. City defended it really well. All it takes is one courageous kick from Hugh McCluggage, which opens up the play.
And Lohman did what you said, Brian.
Worked it well. Inside 50 go the Lions again. Magnificently done down to her. Archie, here's Hipwood. Back to Lohman. Lohman on the left. 2 in a minute.
Spring's the best time to get.
Terrific little tap on there from Joey, and then strong from Archie and Hipwood, unselfish, and Loman. He loves the moment. He loves this big stage. He was so good last week, and you know he's going to celebrate, and you know there's going to be a little bit of niggle. So Brisbane, good little fight back here. Sydney looked to be getting a little bit of momentum in the game. 2 goals in a minute.
Back to the centre we go. Row bottom. Quickly out of there from Warner. High ball. Starcevich couldn't control it. Amati. Neil. Here they go again. Ashcroft. Wanted it back. Demanded it. Bailey. He's a dangerous user of the footy. Out wide. Cameron. 55 out. Low balling. Archie was there. Couldn't make it work. Brisbane, Morris taken to the ground.
I love that build-up, though. A couple of forward handballs. The second half against Geelong, that's what got it going for them. Taking metres by hand, and 2 of them in a row through the middle of the ground.
Danaher, clean possession. No connection at all with the ball. Out of play, it'd be a pretty handy result here for Brisbane. That's what they get.
Daisy, you said before the game that you're going to keep an eye on Kai Loman. What have you seen?
It's just the speed in which he's playing with, Hodgie. He hasn't stood still so far, continues to move laterally. Ollie Flores the one that's going to him, but as soon as he tracks the ball, he's head down straight at goal, that being Loman. The movement, the speed in which he's playing with, standing out early.
Throw. Ashcroft. It's going to be holding the ball free. Daisy Thomas is that. The pump right in, right behind the goals. Unique look at this game he has. McInerney.
Play on! Play on!
Haven't heard.
Lloyd.
Stand! Play on!
Warner's got some space that he can get going.
Good closes him down. Can't affect the tackle, but sits it up in the air for Melican. In the end, takes a good mark.
Forces Melican to kick over the man on the mark here and slow them down a little. So it's been a good little patch for Loman. They love to use the ball short. On the little present up, lower the eyes like this. That's how they prefer to go into 50. Brisbane a little bit different, happy to go in with a long ball. Lloyd. Gee, marked that 51 or 52 out, and the umpires pecked him on the 50.
He's grabbed a bit of space inboard too. Kicked goals recently, Lloyd.
So Lloyd pops it up very, very high. Big pack there, knocked out Parker. Missed the lot.
Well, they got away with it. They had the numbers there, didn't kill the ball, and Luke Parker nearly made them pay.
And that's what he's going to try and do. He's going to let Harris Andrews stop him from that run and jump, trying to interfere with him and then get him at ground level.
Fletcher taking the safe option, wrong one. The Carlton the thump. Zorko. Starcevich. Logan Morris. And find an out in Hipwood. Hard run of Archie. To half forward, the link up. Drop mark, Charlie. Disappointing. Was all set up for the Lions. Roberts down the outer side. Gets past them all. Answorth. Well done. This is an impressive young man, Logan Morris. Important mark.
Sydney dropped a couple back. He can't just blaze away. Needs Hipple to get down the line.
He does go down the line. Free kick will be played to Archie, so will the mark. Archie plays on around the corner, immediately goes inside. Danaher has marked. The side that favours his left. He'll want to play on quickly, I reckon. There he goes. Danaher around on the left. Punt road in, snapped it too much.
That's 5 shots from 8 inside 50s though for Brisbane. Getting some one-on-one opportunities. 2 contested marks in a row to Archie and Danaher.
A set shot misses for Joe Danaher.
Well, it seems like a clear focus for Danaher then and Charlie Cameron to really disconnect from the zone. So as that ball came in, there was no one to go to. Archie had to win the big one-on-one, but once he did that, there was 2 one-on-ones dead straight out in front.
Fort has started this game well. Broken up though by Papley. Warner a short one. Jordan. Inside they go. It's a poor kick. Parker was open. Ball up.
Still 5 minutes to go in the quarter here.
Watch out, guys.
Fort replacing McInerney. McLean let it go. Rowbottom. Wilmot. Ashcroft, McCluggage. Danaher. Wheels and goes. Got the little nifty ball to Archie. Blakey went. He's hit himself in the head. It spills to McCluggage. McCluggage kicks the goal. Blakey's confused. Thought the whistle was going to go.
Harvey Norman Hot Deals.
It's hard to believe this kid's in his second year, just the composure in the congestion there. This is where Blakey stopped. He felt he got hit high, and we've seen that throughout the year. He paid a free kick. Hugh McCluggage kept it going in front of goal.
The umpire, I think he put his head, drove his head down maybe.
Clearance for Brisbane. Danaher. Archie a spill. Here goes Blakey. Just too strong with the kick. Wilmot. They want to put some speed on the game here, Bailey. What about the start to this game by Hugh McCluggage? 8 and a goal already. Dunkley. Wayner. Ripped it to shreds last week. Blakey. Kick didn't get to the intended targets.
That's a fascinating battle. Blakey and Archie. Archie's done some good things. Blakey's getting a little bit of the ball as well on the intercept.
Yeah, he's looked dangerous, Archie, Richard. He has. Grundy desperate. A good win for him there. Now Gordon on his left. He has eyes like no other. Here's an example to McLean. McLean to Florent. It's barely the required journey. Florent gets it under the attempted smother. Rampy now on the left. They build up through Fox here. Fox slows down to Cunningham.
Heaney pushed forward on Ashcroft in the pocket. Neil's gone over to just block up that space in front of him.
This is where they've got to be careful here, the Lions in defence. They're looking for a little present-up play like this to McInerney. And I can't believe they're not alert to that.
Just switched
and
off
here's
there.
Another one. Look at it. They've had about 7 in a row, Richo. Rowbottom's got it, but this is bizarre.
That's just guarding space. That's the zone, and you're just creeping back. You've got to watch the hit-ups, but terrific work by Sydney, leading through the zone, and eventually they get Rowbottom in an area where he can have a set shot. Good build-up.
Only kicked 6 goals for the year, James Rowbottom. Now, this is a wind-affected kick. This, I think, will move a little bit left to right. James Rowbottom from 49 metres out, kick on the way, started left and comes back. He kicks the goal. Sydney get their third.
This is where Will Ashcroft has to squeeze. You can't give Goulden time and space because they want to go through the corridor. He comes inside to McLean and just opens up their play.
And Hodgie, they work it out to the back side of the ground. And the zone, they had plenty of numbers back, Brisbane, that they all just wanted to sit back into space. Eventually, Rowbottom gets it within range, a crucial finish. Great build-up.
First time in John Longmire's 5 grand finals, Sydney have kicked 3 first-quarter goals. Notoriously bad starters, Berry. Wilmot. Melican, in the end, pretty simply takes the mark.
Just a bigger body on a young Logan Morris there.
Well, he can use his size and strength.
Matt Roberts. We'll get it back from Hayward. Raking left foot. And the free kick is going to go to the impenetrable Harris Andrews. Parker's got the job on him. And it's not an easy job. Danaher shows a lot of that ball to Fox. Short to Ashcroft. How comfortable, I should say, does he look on the biggest stage?
Right from his first minute.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
So these marks are adding up now.
The play gets to Rayner. Quick release here for Berry. They're out everywhere here.
So that was another one of those build-ups where they're happy to be patient with tempo, but when they get the opportunity to get the handball received and move it quickly, they're going into fast play mode as well. So that was a great setup. Cameron gets his second opportunity.
Why is it you sense he's more comfortable here? Around the body, Charlie Cameron. That's why. Look at that. What a superb small forward Charlie Cameron has been. And that was never going anywhere else but right through the middle.
And Richo, this is what we spoke about. Just that player not being able to hold Cameron up there. Gives a handball link up. And JB, you nailed it. Charlie, as soon as he went back, he composed himself. Cameron ran up to him, just telling him there was 30 seconds left. Took a couple of deep breaths and went round the corner.
And they've now taken 45 marks, the Brisbane Lions. And when they take over 110 in the last 3 years, that's over 110 marks, they're 30-3. So I reckon Sydney just want to tighten that up as the game moves on.
He was careful not to go over the mark and affect the play on when the siren was nearing, I reckon. That was the message from Rayner. That's what you alluded to. Back to the middle with just a couple of seconds remaining here. And a free kick will go the way of Grundy here. The advantage is taken, the mark will pay. Starsmith right on the siren. A 4-3 first quarter. The Lions just had that little win early in this game. And an 8-point lead here in the 2024 Toyota Grand Final.
All right, folks, quarter time here at the MCG Grand Final Edition. Stay hunky. Shout out. Steve, Albert, welcome in. Jenny, Juice, everyone. Will, Mike, who are you going for? I actually tipped Brisbane. I think I put that comment up early. Brisbane stats, Mike. Let's go. All right. I tell you what, though, folks. I tell you what. This is going to be an epic day. It's just a brilliant day. Brisbane really does look like they've come out to play today. They've definitely. It seems like they've been the ones that have had most of the play. They have missed a couple of easy goals. And in grand finals, you just can't afford to miss those goals. You've got to take the opportunities when they come. That being said, 4-3-27, the Lions. They're leading the Sydney Swans 3-1-19, 8 points. Remember, folks, 4 goals isn't much of a margin if the margin does get out to that, because both of these sides are exceptional at coming back from, chasing the lead. So make no mistake, we are in for one cracking day. Sydney are getting a little bit of run though. Brisbane are pushing them down wide, down the wing. And they're not hitting much corridor though, Sydney. But one of the things with Sydney is they're sort of just bombing it in long. They've got to lower their eyes. They've got to find their targets. And I think that's what Brisbane are doing well that first quarter. When they go inside 50, they are actually finding their targets well. All right, let's go and have a look at the stats for Stay Hunky. All right, Senna, all this is exciting, as we can see. No real dominating play here. Every player doing their job, doing their role. Lockie Neal there leads the way with Hugh McCluggage. Hey, don't forget your luggage. Both on 9 disposals for the Brisbane Lions. Look at that. We've got 2-4. The top 5 possession getters are all on the ground for Brisbane Lions. Jared Berry next on 8. Will Ashcroft on 8. all started well. Calamachi, I tell you what, he looks good early. He looks dangerous. Watch out, Sydney. He's one they got to stop. Chad Warner, 6 there for Sydney. He hasn't really had much impact on the opening quarter yet, so we still need to wait for his run and gun and impact coming along. Jasper Fletcher there was 6. Joe Danaher, he looks good out there. He looks good. He's had 6 kicks, 6 disposals. He's had 4 marks. He's kicked 2 behinds. He's had a couple of shots on goal, but they've just swayed past the goalpost and hit the behind. But he does look ready to go today. Nick Blakey, tell you what, he looks like he's got some run. Copped a bit of a bang in the head, but you know what? When you duck your head, you're going to cop that. Don't duck your head. That's my advice. Don't duck your head. Play for free kicks. That cost Sydney a goal when he did that. But he looks good, Nick Blakey. He's got speed to burn. He looks good running through half-back. Dane Zorko there with 5. Let's keep going down and see what's happening here. Isaac Henny, the big guns. Let's have a look. Just the 5 disposals. A little bit quiet there for the Swannies. 3 kicks, 2 handballs. That's it for him so far. Let's keep going down. There we go. Brandon Starcevich, nice. He's had 3 intercept marks back there in defence. He's having a cracker of an opening quarter as well. Josh Dunkley there for Charlie Cameron. He's been a live way. He's missed a couple of marks, just fumbled a couple, but he did kick 1-1 from his 4 kicks. And you know what? It's good when you get him on song early, a little bit like Archie, etc. for the Brisbane Lions. You know the forwards are out for a day. And that is fantastic. I did actually like when I saw him up on the ball with Cam Rayner as well. They've got to get those two into the game early and get them firing, get their hands on the ball. Luke Parker, pretty quiet that first opening quarter there for the Swannies. Just the 3 disposals. Will Hayward there, 3 disposals, 2 kicks. Final score, Brisbane 99, Sydney 98. I tell you what, I reckon it could be, I don't know, it could even be a higher scoring game than that. It does look nice. It does look free-flowing back and forth. If they just, you know, if Brisbane don't miss their easy shots, their score's going to grow. If Sydney can lower their eyes and find their targets, the score could grow for them. But there we go. Let's just scroll back up. Let's have a look at the goal scorers so far. Kyle Lohman there, the only multiple goal scorer on the ground. That's for Brisbane. He's kicked 2. Well done. James Rowbottom, Tom Papley, Will Hayward, all single goal scorers for Sydney. And, of course, the singles for Brisbane. Hugh McCluggage, hey, don't forget your luggage. And, of course, Charlie, the Barley, Cameron. All right, just while we've got a couple of bits of time, I know, stay hunky. You want to see these stats. So let's go. Commentators are back, but we're just going to run through these just for future reference. There we go, 33 possessions up the Lions, 10 more kicks. Have a look at the handballs though for the Lions, linking up well in their run, the 22 up, inside 50s, both teams getting reasonable amount there. Actually, Sydney's well, they've had more inside 50s, 15-12, but the Lions scoring a bit better, 6 free kicks to 5, hit-outs, the clearances are all reasonably even. Sydney by 4 in the hit-outs. Contested possession, 33-30. Have a look at the uncontested possession, though. Brisbane just controlling the ball. 85-46. Wowzers. There we go. Turnovers, it's a hot game. It's always going to be turnovers. Pressure, 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 pressure. And this opening first quarter was pressure. It was fast. It was exciting. It was great to see. All right, folks, let's head back down to the ground for the second quarter. It's the Lions by 8 points.
Packed house seeing a really good grand final unfold in front of their eyes. Fort's been okay. Neil off the ground, Wilmot, no real penetration with the soccer kick, and then he's taken the ground. Might have been a nice old falcon for James Rowbottom. Belted forward by Grundy. Warner, incredibly dangerous when he gets goal side. Payne trying to ease it down to Harris Andrews, and the results are ball in. Oh yeah, not completely flush, but not far away. And there's Rowbottom again, only knows one way. Grundy to the back, Starcevic, tumbling ball. McCartan, Florent, Melican with confidence steps through. Bashes a long one. Andrews with an arm in. Fox to Warner. Off a step.
Listen, he makes good contact, doesn't he?
This where Dunkley on Heaney, just getting a block from, I think, Papley coming in, just trying to work together. Dunkley's got a big job on Heaney today.
The other one was Luke Parker there in a one-on-one on Harris Andrews. He got it to ground. That's his job today, and he allowed Warner to get a shot at goal.
Yeah, he's been really good already, Richo. Harris Andrews, here's Lloyd. Amati, quick little give. Sydney again exploring the 50. It's a 2-on-1 in Brisbane's favour though. Lane getting rid of his opponent, allows Bailey free access. His kick was clean off the side, but does find Lohman.
I reckon on that entry there, though, Parker got too worried about Jack Payne, his direct opponent on that entry. Just needed to play that as a leading forward.
Let's see if they continue to want to go corridor here, as they have. It's completely blocked up by Sydney, but they are still all eyes and exploring the opportunity. Even a sideways kick to wait. Now look at Zorko. His eyes focused. Bailout ball wide now because there was nothing on. There's Leicester.
Zorko presents again. Rayner was also in the area. Threading ball here for Starcevic. It's impressive what Brisbane are doing. Danaher in the air. Almost hung on. Morris. Fletcher. Blakey read it best.
We know how good this team, Sydney, is at the corridor. Very wide ball, Fox. I mean, the tackle on Leicester has been solid already. Extraction to Melican. Grundy was clean at his feet. Now Fox again. Sydney step on the gas. Good looking ball to Hayward. Over the top, couldn't hold on. Difficult soccer. Hayward's recovered very quickly. Ball to his right boot. Hasn't quite got the length that was online. And Lockie Neal saves the day.
Ali looking to Lohman. Overcommitting was Blakey. Ford will give it back to Lohman, or he should have perhaps, although that kick's okay. Charlie Cameron's been busy. Lohman runs on. Not the result Charlie was after.
Charlie went back and looked in the corridor, and Sydney had 2 or 3 players just blocking in the middle. Here's Papley going for that fly against Starcevic.
Florent. All the way across to Lloyd.
So Heaney is now playing as a forward, and Darcy Fort's the closest man to him to get the correct match up there.
This is where Grundy's been able to impact the last 3 or 4 contests over on that side. He's smart enough to find the ball 20-25 times if you leave him free.
Along to a contest. Amati a hand in. Rowbottom got it back to Amati. Heaney. Superb. On the up to Hayward. Rowbottom. Kick smothered. Zorko runs into a brick wall. Payne. A high one. Awkward bounce here. Grundy's got to control it. Florence run on. Starcevic with some room.
Yeah, the pressure from Brisbane has been terrific just here in this little passage. Just forcing the mistakes of Sydney.
But just Lockie Neal getting back behind the footy. Just giving them a chop out there a couple of times. Now he's moving.
There's Neal. 3 bouncers. Waiting for something. Says, come at me. To Bailey. Didn't want to run away. Bailey able to get rampy under the footy. He's got foot speed. He's got space. He's got Lohman. Lohman from 30 and closing. He goals. Lohman's kicked 3 in a grand final in the first half.
Lachie Neale's taken a mark in the goal square, and now he's gone back and gets that time and space to come out. And maybe there was a missed push there. Zach Bailey used the arms, didn't get paid, and they always had overlap then. But when you get a player like Neale back behind the footy with time and space, something's generally going to happen.
That was definitely a push. Bailey had two hands in the back of Rampy, pushed him under the ball. Umpire put the whistle to his mouth.
The Dunkley-Heaney matchup's really working too for Brisbane at the moment. Heaney hasn't had an effective kick. This will be his first.
That's a good one too.
Oh, that's rough. That is rough.
Let Zorko know. It's making a certainty of this.
I'm not sure what he did wrong there.
He can't believe it, Dane Zorko. But the Swans are taking it.
Here's the 50. You've got to give the player time to get to the mark. You've got to give him the chance to man the proper mark. Now, whether the umpire thought he came over the mark a little bit, if so, that's fair enough. But, gee, tough. Back we go. Sydney with another clearing high ball. Sorry, Brisbane. Roberts. McCartan spun in the tackle by Archie. Got a good bounce, gained a little bit more territory right in front of the MCC members.
Might have saved him an insufficient intent there to bounce. Worked out beautifully for McCartan.
Darcy Ford holding his own, Hodgie.
Well, he's an experienced ruckman. He's had big games against guys like Max Gawn, who Max actually pumped him up. As long as he doesn't get pushed over, creates a contest.
First hand in there. Berry floats it. Melican couldn't hang on. The right side here for Eric Hipwood, but it never looked like it. It actually lands and goes end on end. Joe Danaher cannot get boot to ball, I don't think. We're going to have a look.
I believe it's a behind. Can we just confirm that it came off the defender last before it crossed the goal line? Sky review. Umpire's call is a behind. Please check which foot it came off.
Review underway.
This will be a quick one.
He did everything he could there, Joe Danaher.
That last minute just shows you what the Aussie rules footy can do. So unpredictable.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball comes off the Sydney defender last before crossing the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
Look at the red and white behind the goals at that end. So Roberts with that powerful thumping left boot. I think they got Campbell to come off the bench with a similar boot on him as well.
It's landed basically on the centre line.
Hey guys, Hayden.
Some Ford and McLean here. They track it down Lachie Neale. In the end, the Shepherd was good for Ashcroft. Exploring back inside Morris.
What a great find this guy is. In first year, playing in a role, difficult role. You're not the key banana, you're the third tall down there. And a few injuries early in the year allowed Brisbane to find some serious young players, BT.
Well, he's the youngest player of the two teams out there. And he received it off the second youngest player of the two teams out there. So there's a bit of youth invested in this opportunity. Morris from 35. A little bit left to right. Got to start it at left goal post from there.
They have, in this blistering 13 from 15 run, Brisbane been inaccurate.
The set shots, 2 goals for so far today.
Ellsworth courageous.
Will it be a factor late?
Stand.
Leicester.
Lay on.
Ford. Just read it best in the air.
Gee, McLean's gone over the mark there now. That should have been the 50, given the last one.
There are some Sydney fans agreeing with you, BT.
Got to be consistent.
When he first moved to Brisbane, he actually played forward and was very accurate as a centre-half forward.
Don't do it to him, Hodgie.
Done it too early, Joe. Not too early.
That's what's ahead of Darcy Ford. We'll take some kicking this.
Look, this is the work rate. He realised where the drop of the ball is going to be, and he knows his job is to compete. All of a sudden, he gets across there, and it lands in his lap.
Marked it there. McLean comes in late, walks up to the mark. Exactly the same thing that happened at the other end. Heaney. Going to be an interception here to Morris. Danaher wanting it. Morris said, no, I've got the goal kicker down the field. He's kicked 3 so far. And I don't think he's going to give this off, Richo.
No way, you've kicked 3. He's in a zone.
He must know, though, that left goal post for this left to right here. I'm sure he would have worked it out.
We'll go the traditional drop punt.
It looks like he is. A little bit too far out for the banana, perhaps. So Lohmann for 4 goals in a half to give Brisbane a 16-point lead. That looks good, but just off to the left.
Still to Bobby Hill of last year. 4 first-half goals for Bobby Hill, won the norm.
Parker. Ross Andrews. Good pick up, Fletcher. How clean was that? They just look well organised at the moment, Brisbane.
Sydney have blocked off the corridor. They've got along down the line. This is what they're doing. They're just trying to probe, wait to see if there's a little gap that opens up.
Took a brave kick. And short now to Rayner.
Scoreboard's okay, though, for Sydney. Brisbane definitely on top. Scoreboard's okay for them.
Cam Rayner. Lohmann doing everything. Oh, that was a grab. McCluggage. Finally Cameron. The set-up kick for Joe Danaher.
It's their 10th mark now inside 50, and it's because of this sort of ball use. Look at this from Charlie. Saw the space, dropped it into the hole perfectly. I mean, the Sydney defence isn't doing a lot wrong there. It's just great ball use.
It's got to kick this. Joe Danaher has already missed a couple. Got real momentum in this game now, Brisbane.
As Richard said before, it's inside the left post. You're not giving the goals away.
To seize the moment here. And that's exactly what he does.
This is what you have to do. Great ball. You slip down the line there. There's one-on-ones everywhere. There's one player with a little bit of time and space, but you've got to get it up and over a heap of numbers and down. And that was just perfect touch. A touch kick from Charlie Cameron. He's made something out of nothing there.
6 of the last 8, Brisbane. Game high 17-point lead here right now. Grundy wanted to attack Danaher as quickly as he could, but Danaher wins out. Low ball. Mark taken. Rayner, is it? No, Archie. So Archie has got a shot from directly in front.
And this is what he's been doing. This is Danaher just using a bit of strength against Grundy, gets him out of the road. But Archie, he's starting behind and then right at the right time gets in front. He's had the job on Lockie Whitfield in the first final. He had the job on Tommy Stewart. And now he's got it on Blakey.
43rd game for Callum Archie. 51 out directly in front and he's missed right. No, it's come back. Sensational. Honey?
We'll be on one salary.
It's not too much of a stretch.
So that's their 11th mark. Joey Danaher using his strength, and you got one-on-ones. Archie in front, drops short. When you kick around the corner, it normally drops short. And as BT called it, it looked like it was going right. It didn't. Sydney only give up 11 marks a game. They've already given up 11 today. So that just shows you the ball use of the Lions.
McInerney spun in the tackle. McCluggage to Neil. Ashcroft tries to find Loman. Back to Ashcroft and he's taken high.
Contested balls going all Brisbane's way at the moment. That's why they're living forward of centre.
He actually kicked one from this area last week. He rolls round, gets a couple of metres.
Set up kick. Loman! Cameron not getting out of the row bottom tackle. Papley. A high one. Brisbane set up so well behind the footy.
But because they're under siege at the moment, a lot of numbers back, so that hack kick out, Brisbane will always set up.
Danaher thumping it long again. Rayner in from the side, unable to hang on. Bailey back to Rayner. Full beast from Rayner, but the kick is out on the foot.
Since Fox's last goal for Sydney, there's been 9 inside 50s to 0 the Lions.
They're threatening to rip this away here at the moment, the Lions, Richo.
Yeah, off the back of just winning the contested footy. They need to find some uncontested marks, get a bit of tempo here, the Swans.
Answorth, they reload again. Here comes the Ashcroft ball. Archie's deep. Cameron's there as well. Which way does this go? Sydney.
Thank you.
Melican free on the last line here.
He just needs to find an uncontested mark. He's just blocking it so well, Brisbane. That helps too. Big mark, Grundy.
He's got Joey down the line.
Andrews as well, Hodgie, so there's a couple of aerial threats here. And when we forgot about the Starcevic. Look out, the kick's got to work, it's broken up. Opportunity here, Lloyd. They control it in the end. Now Ashcroft can really burst forward. Rayner. Back to Ashcroft. Takes the tackler on. Busts his way out of it. Tough one for Blakey to control. And the kick's not going to work.
Work rate from Berry. His composure at half back got them out of a mess. He worked his way down the ground. He tracked it down the ground. In his wing roll, got out to where he needed to be as the wingman, blocked the outlet. There's Rayner, who's down.
He just ran into a big Brody Grundy. Come off second best. It's a 100-kilo man.
So Jared Berry to give the Lions a 29-point lead, approaching half-time. Oh, look at that. Arrow straight.
The real game face isn't a scowl. It's a smile. So the next time you put on yours, remember, smiling can boost your performance.
You're a high flyer at the top of your game. Not you, mate. You, doing invoices and expenses as you go with the QuickBooks app, saving 29 hours of admin a month. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
That was the pressure here from the Brisbane Lions. The small forwards with the quick surge kick out, but that's excellent work rate from Joe Berry. If you remember back, he saved them at centre half back, was able to get the intercept, bring the ball through the corridor, and then work to the outside to cover the exits. Takes the intercept mark and puts through a crucial goal.
4-4 to 1-1 in the quarter. Abs, Rayner to the bench. How's he feeling, you reckon?
Yeah, he has come straight from the ground, in the hand of the club doctor as we speak. Just seems to be composing himself and maybe having a few painkillers as well.
Yeah, a bit of a thumbs up there. So Brisbane starting to get hold of this now. 29-point leaders, and they're exploring the 50 again. Cameron's got the Fletcher. He had multiple options. Lohman back to Hipwood. He's a left footer, remember. Gets back on that left now. Lines the mark. It's coming back. How did he kick that from there? They are on fire. They are up by 35 points.
Are you ready, Australia?
This is it.
Look at that $100,000. You can just reach out and touch that. You're feeling lucky?
Hope so.
No one knows where the spinner will land. That's all part of the fun.
Next week, it will happen.
You've done it!
It's the Chase Mega Money Spinner.
Come in for the spin.
Next week on 7 and 7 Plus.
When Lohman gets the ball in there, you're probably thinking he's going to have a shot. He's been on fire the first half. Does the team things, give it back to Hipwood. And then Hipwood, I think, just throws up a Hail Mary. But as it come off, he liked the look of it, went straight to the crowd. They're on a fair run here. Swannies need to slow the momentum, get the ball in hand.
Last 12 inside 50s, Hodgie for Brisbane. Well ahead in clearance now. And here's another one. Neil to Morris.
Their clearance 8-2 this quarter. Sydney have had no control at all.
Blakey just crept over the mark. That was what Zorko did.
Absolutely.
Logan Morris for Archie. This is starting to unravel for the Sydney Swans.
Bit of a concern there for on Blakey. Whoever's on Blakey's playing in front. There's been 2 or 3 marks from surge kicks from the stoppage. Blakey likes to drop off and sweep round the back. They're hitting up on him.
This will be 5 goals from their last 19 kicks if Cal Archie can slot this. He has. It's 41 points in the grand final.
Wow, what about this? They were 44 points down just a couple of weeks ago here to the Giants. And now at 41 up, they appear to have a hand on the Premiership Cup. What a turnaround.
Well, it's a crest of a wave at the moment. Everything is going their way. They're winning everything. Contested footy clearance. It's a domination.
Rowbottom the ball in there. Finds a much-needed one. Fox arching the back. Got away. Ball on the way to Mark McLean. Sydney's best player of the day.
That's where they needed to go there. In the middle was 8 clearances to 2 Brisbane's way. But Heaney, no surprise, gets in there. Gets a running Fox off the half-back line. It's amazing you miss a tackle in a big game, it turns out to hurt you. So important this shot here from McLean.
A must-kick opportunity, Hodgie. Just a must-kick. They're 41 down. You've just got to kick this. A little bit of a belief builder. McLean at the punt road end, and he's missed. Once again, he's allowed for that wind. And he's just about had enough, that man.
That's 3 or 4 times BT up that end. Putting it out to the right. Wind's keeping it out there.
Superbly for Fletcher. Kalachi having some sort of quarter.
Some sort of final series.
Quietly does it, Richo, doesn't it?
Just crucial role, not an easy role either.
That's a long one. It's going to land in front of Grundy, and he slaps it back into play. This might work here for Sydney. Heaney. Handball missed Roberts. Dunkley really worked hard. Answorth. Neal. Inside they go again. Look at Morris.
That was great desperation from Josh Dunkley in the middle of the ground. Outnumbered, left his man to make a contest. Desperation dived on it. And then here, Lockie Neal, he wanted Ford to come at him. So he's just put it up nice and high to make a contest. And the young man again, Morris.
Look at that number. That's incredible in a half in a grand final. 14 marks inside 50. You wouldn't have seen that in many grand finals.
Logan Morris to make it 6 in a row for the Lions. They are doing every single thing right.
This is Josh Dunkley. If he leaves and doesn't impact, Sydney have an outnumber. The desperation, he realises to dive, keep it in there, knocks it back out to Ashcroft. And then I like the composure here from Lockie Neal. Doesn't rush it, waits for his forwards to get in position. And then the composure from young Logan Morris there takes a good mark and puts it through.
Back in 1970, it was 73 to 29 when Carlton made a comeback. It's 73 to 27 now. So it's going to be of that proportion in the great comebacks.
Kalachi's gone behind the ball to play spare.
Grundy took it at a fistful. Warner tackled aggressively. Grinding and grinding here, the Brisbane Lions. A 7-goal to 1 quarter after leading by just 8 points at quarter time. Dunkley, lots of red jumpers here. Can they make something happen? Got upended Warner. Jordan's in there, tries to extract the footy.
Seven 4 to 1-2 in the quarter. Half-time cannot come quick enough for the Swans. And John Longmire's got some work to do in the long break. Another clearance. It's been a clearance domination. And the Brisbane Lions take a 46-point lead into halftime.
Just an incredible game of footy here. The Lions have been so patient in getting down the middle. Down to you, Abs.
Lockie dominated clearance and territory in that second term for a 46-point advantage at the half. You must be happy with the state of the game.
Yes and no. We've been in this position before this season, so 2 quarters to go.
How about those kids? Hey, I mean, Ashcroft 17 disposals and Kyle Oman's got 3 at half time. They're in the group.
Yeah, we love those guys in the team, and yeah, they've produced that all year. It's been exciting, but like I said, job's not done.
Keep going, big second half to come.
Cheers. Thanks, Ab.
Lachie Neale, what a start, 18 possessions so far. What a team at the moment, marching off, full of confidence here from the MCG. They are 46-point leaders at halftime over Sydney on the biggest day of the year.
For the first time in history, Australia can stream the cricket and the footy.
All right, there we go, folks. It's half time here at the MCG, and it's the Brisbane Lions. What a quarter. 7 goals, 4 to the Sydney Swans, 1 goal, 2. The Sydney Swans just can't stop the Brisbane Lions run at the moment. And as I said, half time just could not come quick enough for the Sydney Swans. Holy moly. All right, what is this margin? 46 points. I know it's a big margin. You might think, well, it's game over. It's over half-time. The Lions have won. They've got victory today in the 2024 AFL Grand Final. But let me tell you something. The Sydney Swans, we know they come back strong. They'll go in at half-time. Horse the coach there. He will get them settled. He'll go through a few things, see what's not working, and they'll change up a few things to try and get them to come out running again in the third quarter, second half. I expect the gap to close up a little bit. The Lions have had all the play their way, and they've had their game on their terms. Oh, I tell you what, Sydney, they just can't get the ball or have sustained time of ball in hand throughout the first half of this quarter. Tell you what, the pressure of the Brisbane Lions is incredible. It's so high. It's so high. They're getting plenty of numbers around the ball. They're getting the run. They're getting plenty of shots on goal. As you know, as we saw in that second quarter. Wow, 7 goals, 4, 11 scoring shots to just 3 there for the Brisbane Lions. Looking good, Albert. I tell you what, you're not wrong. From what we're watching, they're looking very good. Hey, Noel, and don't forget, as Lachie Neale just said in the interview, as it went to half time, he said, yeah, he's happy, but not happy. And he said, we've been in this position before and got run over. So they need to keep their head. They need to keep doing the basics, what they're doing, keep their game plan going so they can hold this margin and not let the Sydney Swans back into this game. But yeah, the Sydney Swans, they just need to change a few things up, tweak the wheel a little bit. Even if they just need to just slow the game down just a fraction, get a little bit more ball in hand, a little bit more time with the ball, just to stop a little bit of that momentum from Brisbane, because Brisbane's got all the momentum. As much as Sydney get the ball, try to run forward, the Brisbane players are on top of them in that very split second, and the pressure is just fantastic. It's sky high there from the Brisbane Lions. Let's have a look at the players' stats now as we go into half-time, and of course, the big guns for Brisbane, they are all firing, folks. They are all firing on all cylinders. Whereas the Sydney mids, etc., the guns, they're not doing much. We were hoping not this margin for this match, I know. And that's what happens sometimes, Addy G, in grand finals. It can be a bit of a blowout, but, make no mistake, this game is still not over, even though the margin is out to about 46-odd points. The good thing about Sydney is they can come back and they can make a ball game of it. That's what we hope. We want to see a massive third quarter from Sydney. We want to get this back to within, let's say, 3 to 4 goals. If it's 3 to 4 goals, the margin only at three-quarter time, then it is anybody's game. Anybody's game can win. But yeah, 11-7-73 the Lions so far to Sydney 4-3-27. That's a margin. But you know what? Sydney just missed a couple of vital goals there. And of course, when you get those vital goals, it can bring a little bit of momentum and a bit of belief back into the team and get them up and firing. So Sydney just need to kick a little bit straighter on those important ones where they shouldn't miss. Get that belief back in the team. Lachie Neale, though, at half-time, he leads the way here with 18 disposals. As I said, he is having a burster of a game here today. 18 disposals, 6 kicks, 4 handballs, 12 handballs, 4 marks, as is Will Ashcroft. I tell you what, he looks a superstar. 17 disposals, 7 kicks, 10 handballs, 3 marks, 2 tackles. Brodie Grundy there, he's trying reasonably hard there for the Swans. You know what? It's not really what you want to see though, folks. Your leading disposal getter for your side being your ruckman. 13 disposals. Isaac Heaney, he needs to lift. He's been well tagged. He's been quiet, even though he's got 12 disposals. No impact on the game whatsoever. Jared Berry there with 12. Hugh McCluggage having a good one with 11. Callum Chi with 11 started the game off really, really well. Robbie Fox there with 10. Zorko, not too bad of a game. There was a 50 given against him for who knows what reason, which resulted in a Sydney goal. Chad Warner there, he's been well held, only to 9. He needs to get back into the game. Joe Danaher, tell you what, he's only had the 9 disposals, 9 kicks. He's kicked 1 too, but he looks really good out there today. He looks on song, that is for sure. Let's keep going down the stats. Errol Goulden, another one of those mids for Sydney, needs to get going. He's only had 8 disposals. All right, let me come back to this. I think the commentators are having a few words.
It's a nightmare. They've been here before and they're experiencing it all again. I'm with Dale Thomas and Luke Hodge and Joel Selwood as we look at those Sydney players. Many of them have been in this position 36 points down 2 years ago. And for Brisbane, well, there's a half a footy to play, but it's hard not to be excited. Let's start with Hugh McCluggage. Joel has been outstanding.
Well, he was, and it was his first quarter that got it started. 8 touches where he went at 100%. Yeah, he picked up an extra 3 that quarter, but where he's been able to hurt the Swans the most is when he's been able to get the ball in the contest and then work it forward. He's had 231 metres gained, and Days, it's where he plays his best footy, getting from that contest and getting out of it.
His ball use has been a real highlight too. His ability to work contest to contest, as you say, but their work rate has been so noticeable, and that's how they've got so many uncontested marks. The Swans don't know what to defend at the minute. If they defend one, somebody else is popping out. That midfield especially has been dominant.
And he was the one that kept them calm early, I reckon. When the ball was ping-ponging to and from, he was the one that could find the ball, get it onto his teammate and make him calm.
And do you remember that kick, Hodgie, from McCluggage to Leicester when things were tight early?
Yeah, that was the one at centre-half back. You see his heat map there going through the corridor. That was the one that went over on top of 2 Sydney midfielders, found Leicester, which opened up a goal. So, as you said, I think his composure there has been what was set out, because early on it looked like it was going to go Sydney's way with a lot of space, them flying forward, but they're able to settle things down and get things back on their terms.
And Hodgie, as good as McCluggage and Neil have been, Ashcroft's been just as good.
Well, it doesn't surprise you, does it, Bruce? The fact that it's in his second year, but since he walked in the door, we've spoken about how professional he is. And in front of 100,000 people, you thought a young fella might get a little bit flustered just with the crowd size and the pressure on him. But that second quarter, he had 9 touches. It was just a clean hands that he was able to link players and get them out in the open, and the Lions were able to finish off the work.
What about him just challenging these Swans defenders, making them turn their back on the play, because he just keeps moving, finding the next contest. He's been outstanding.
That last one there, he started at stoppage on the other side of the contest, ran past 3 City blokes, ran past the skipper and Neil, picked it up and got the ball going their way.
Daisy, another Telstra tracker. Talk to us about Joe Danaher and his movement today.
Well, this was the passage of play you guys were talking about, but from my point of view, I was watching Joe Danaher and just the length he's keeping here. So you see where the ball is there up the top of your screen. There's 20 metres in behind him and that last Sydney defender, which is allowing for so much space. So when you're thinking of these short chip marks of why the space is, they're so disconnected, that Sydney defence. They're 100 metres long. You can see the width that the Brisbane Lions have got there where McCluggage had his heat map before. He's getting it on the wing, he's getting it through the corridor. There is holes everywhere, so they're stretching the ground. Sydney aren't brave enough at the minute or committed enough to stand off, and as a result of that, Joe Danaher could have got this at the top of the goal square and walked one in. They found the right option in Loman in the end anyway, but that width, the way he's able to stretch the defence at the minute is a real key to so many uncontested marks.
And that's where it shows that if the Lions just go back and go long down the line, Tom McCartan goes and intercepts marks, and then they get a flurry going their way. So it's the way they're building up. It's working well with the strategy of the forwards.
So much more to talk about. We'll do that as well as the grand final sprint coming up. But oh boy, has this team got a mountain to climb in the second half.
All right, just a few of the commentators' thoughts there. We'll get back to them as soon as they are back on. Let's just ponder back over and have a look at the team stats, where we see a few of these numbers ballooning out a little bit. Have a look at the disposals. 65 disposals in front for the Lions. Wowee. Sydney only 142. Sydney normally go at about 358 a season's average. They're well under that. It's because Brisbane are just controlling the ball. There we go. 39 more kicks. 26 more handballs. Inside 50s. Both teams are getting the inside 50s. No worries about that. 28 for Sydney for 7 scoring shots. 24, I should say. Yeah, 24 for 7 scoring shots. Where the Brisbane Lions, though, 28 inside 50s for 18 scoring shots. There's a difference. Going inside 50, they're making their opportunity. That's where Brisbane are actually targeting their play as well, instead of Sydney just trying to bomb it in there a little bit, and just the defensive of the Brisbane Lions just getting the ball back out too easy. Have a look at this disposal efficiency. 69%, just a little bit under Sydney average, but have a look at Brisbane Lions. Up to half-time, 81.2. 72 is the season average for Brisbane. Well on top of that, they're 15% higher. I tell you what, that is high numbers. It shows you how well they're playing and how efficient they are. Inside 50 efficiency, 37. Well down Sydney, 75%. They are 50% up on their season's average already. So they are going absolutely fantastic. Free kicks. Only 8 free kicks to each side. Only 1 free kick that I saw in the game, which should not have been a free kick. It was a 50-metre penalty to Sydney. The umpire said Zorko went over the mark. Well, he was actually a metre behind the mark. There we go. And the umpire gave 50, and Sydney got a goal out of that. So probably a little bit lucky, Sydney, in that aspect. But only 8 free kicks all. The one good thing with the grand finals is the umpires usually let the game play a little bit more, and those ticky-touch free kicks normally they just let the play go a little bit. And I think, I think when you're a football fan, you actually do love that, instead of just the ticky-touch free kicks being paid all the time. Let the game play, let the game flow. Makes for an exciting game. Hit-outs, Sydney on top in the hit-outs by 4. The clearances, the Brisbane Lions by 4. The centre clearances, Brisbane doing well there, 10-6 in that department. Stoppage clearances all tied up on 7 apiece. Contested possessions, or 56-65, not too much to offer there, but the uncontested ball, have a look. The Lions just controlling this match. 64 uncontested possessions in front, nearly doubling the Sydney Swans. Turnovers, 34-29. It's always going to be reasonably high margin. Pressure in the grand final, what we come to expect. Time in possession for the match, 52%. Big numbers there for Brisbane, 35 for Sydney. Let's have a look at the marks. And this is another bit. See, Sydney just aren't able to control the ball too much. Only 43 marks. And Brisbane have already got 82. They're just about up to their season's average, and it's only half-time. Marks inside 50, as well as saying, Brisbane are finding their targets extremely well. 14 marks inside 50. I tell you what, they only get 13 as an average season for a full game. They've got 14 up until half-time, and Sydney only 2. They need to lower their eyes, find the targets. All right, let's roll back down to the tackles. Both teams tackling well, as you would expect. 27-22. Tackles inside 50, 3-2. All right, let's head back down to the commentators for their words.
Guys, you won't be surprised that Cole's fan chat, Kyle Loban, and who better, didn't he ignite them early?
My goodness, no surprises to see him having and getting a lot of love there. What about the X factor the kid's got? We've known it, we've seen it all year long, and the fact that he rolls into half-time with the goals and the highlights he's produced so far. He was always going to love a big stage and love a big moment, but I didn't think he'd have so many to this point in the game.
There's no surprise that Daisy picked him before the game. He said he's the kind of guy who just the crowd won't get to him. He'll take his opportunities. He could have gave the hand pass there to Ashcroft, but no, I'm going to throw it onto my left. He's one of those blokes that gets the Lions and the crowd going.
Every time the ball's gone to a 50-50, you've had confidence in it that he's going to win the ball every time.
I had a small chat with Cameron Bruce throughout the pre-season, just asking about what the kid was like, and he said he lives for this. He loves it. The higher the pressure, the higher the stakes, the better he will perform.
Joel, 2 years ago, you led Geelong by 36 points against the Swans. Did you think at halftime you were home and hosed?
Well, no, I didn't, because this game can just change so quickly. We've seen throughout the year the momentum that another side gets. It's just it can be exhausting. So for this Brisbane side, they've got to come out full of run.
So time now for the grand final sprint. So a big highlight always. So here's the start list. Sharp, McCreery, McLaughlin, Hamill, Ford, Wilson, McEntee and Sheldrick as we go down for the final of the grand final sprint.
Sydney Swans, Angus Sheldrick. They're our finalists for the Gatorade Grand Final Sprints. We are now in the hands of our starter. Away now in the Gatorade Grand Final sprint. Forward away quickly. Darcy Wilson from St Kilda going beautifully as well. On the inside from Bo McCreery from Collingwood. It's going to be close. Is it Wilson? Is it McCreery? Oh, McCreery, Bo McCreery or Darcy Wilson. We're going to need to find out who's won that. That was close. Has Wilson got it done? Or is there more Collingwood glory in September? Let's find out. The winner from the Collingwood Football Club is Bo McCreery.
So Bo McCreery wins. They won a close one last year, didn't they? And they win a close one here at halftime. Do the Pies in the grand final sprint. So Collingwood and St Kilda, they've had a close one before, back in 1966. Eric Hipwood, he's just kicked a goal from the first row, basically, hasn't he?
Well, I love the fact that Kyle Lohman decided to give it back with how hot he's been, but these are one of those Hail Marys, Joel, that when you sit them up and you think there's no chance, especially the wind that's pushing left to right from kicking that pocket. But I've seen that reaction and the crowd look somewhere before.
Sounds like you've been there before, Hodgie. That's pocket behind us where you had a little bit of a moment yourself, but geez, Acker would have enjoyed that, and I'm sure he's enjoying seeing himself on the screen again.
I'm sure he is. Channeling Acker's a favourite pastime of Acker himself. So what can they do, the Swans? It's been a final series of historic comebacks. Is there one thing that John Longmire could do to give them some energy through the centre?
I'll be throwing Papley into the middle. He's played half forward. What we've seen in the past, that when he goes in there, he gets a clearance, he can move the ball, he can add a bit of excitement to a midfield that's getting dominated by the Lions.
Yeah, that'll be the same one. Papley goes in and Heaney goes straight to full forward, clear it out, get him in there one-on-one and say good luck.
And they've got to take out the Brisbane marks. Got to be really aggressive on it. May get a couple of goals kicked over the top, but there's no second chance now.
Well, it's been the most unpredictable season of all time. We've seen comebacks in finals we've never thought we'd see before. But the fact is, no team has ever given up this big a lead at halftime in a grand final and won. We'll be back with the second half after this.
All right, folks, we are only a minute or two away from the bounce of the ball into the second half of the third quarter here at the MCG AFL Grand Final. It's the Brisbane Lions 11-7-73 leading the Sydney Swans 4-3-27. I'm not sure where Prestia finished. I didn't quite see him. I was watching the lead runners there. It was good to see Bo McCreery from Collingwood win that sprint race. The one he was in the photo with was the St Kilda player who actually jumped to start and should have been called a false or disqualified from here. Anyway, doesn't matter. He got up, but yeah, I didn't see the finishing order of that. Let's hope Sydney come out strong in this third quarter. We want to see the Sydney Swans open up with the first 3 to 4 goals, bring this margin right back, tighten up the game, get the atmosphere rolling, get the crowd cheering again at the MCG. And for everyone listening in and watching the game, you know, we just love a tight grand final. It is just the most incredible atmosphere when you've got a ring-a-ding-ding game. Give Brizzy the cup now. It's over. I tell you what, though, that is exactly what the Brisbane players and Lachie Neale was saying at the halftime interview. You know, he said they've been there before in this position and they've given it up. So, you know, they've got to go in with the mentality into the second half. Brisbane, let's extend this lead. Let's make this margin bigger. Let's us kick the first 3 to 4 goals in this opening third quarter and really shut the gate and, you know, put the hammer down on Sydney. And then that way they might be in good stead. But if you go into the third quarter thinking, you know what, 46 points is the margin, we've got it won, sometimes you can let the game slip out of your fingers because we know how good Sydney are at coming back from behind. And, you know, they've shown that in the past few weeks, how good they are in their second halves. You know, we understand Sydney have been really slow in their first half of their games. So, you know, Sydney is still dangerous, I feel, even with the 46-point margin here at halftime. I think, it's just one of those games where, you know, if you're the team leading like Brisbane, you know, you've got to be really focused, doing all your basic stuff out there, keep your game going, keep your plan going, keep all your play going, how you're doing in the first half, because everything they were doing in the first half was 100% spot on. You know, I don't think Brisbane could have played any better in that first half to just dominate and control the game. Whereas Sydney, I think they've got a lot of improvement coming in the second half. So this is where I still think, even with the 46-point margin, I still think the game is not over yet. As I said, if as 46 points, if Sydney can close the gap by 24 points and get it back to, you know, the 4-goal margin at the three-quarter time going into the final quarter, I think, Brisbane will have maybe a few doubts in their mind, and Sydney will get that full belief that they can run over Brisbane and get the job done. But, you know, this is the grand final quarter coming up here, folks. It's all on the line for Brisbane and Sydney in this quarter. Brisbane need to keep their game rolling, keep doing what they're doing, keep the run in the ball, keep attacking. Don't try and just play slow. Don't try and just win the game now because you're such a margin up, because we know Sydney will come. And their Sydney midfield, all their gun players, they've been super quiet and been well held in the first half. So I think, definitely they're going to be a little bit worried that some of these players, you know, are going to be just let off the leash, so to speak. So yeah, you know, Isaac Heaney, Chad Warner, even Papley, Goulden, you know, if they get off the leash and start to run, Luke Parker, it could be danger. So let's just hope that we end up with a little bit of a close game here. Let's go. So I'm tipping Brisbane, as I have from the start, but I want to see Sydney. I want to see Sydney kick the first 3 goals in this third quarter. I want to get this game back to a classic close grand final. Don't ride off the Swans yet, folks. This game ain't over yet. All right, let's head back down to the ground, and they'll take us in to the third quarter.
As you'd expect on grand final day, Adam Jalor, Johnny Burgoyne, Stephen Johnson going to present the Norm Smith today. Patrick Cripps, the Brownlow medalist, with Jack Rewald, of course. Mickey O'Loughlin there enjoying it with the Bloods family. Matt Horton, you know how good Mac is in the pool. And, of course, Kerry Stokes, the boss of the Seven Network, Jeff Howard, the CEO, Andrew Dillon, the CEO of the AFL. They would be loving it. Know the connection that New South Wales and Queensland have had on the broadcast today. Most of Australia is watching as a result of the teams playing here today with Joe.
Absolutely. BT in the northern states. And I'll tell you what, they're enjoying it up in Queensland. Let's be honest, it was basically done in that second quarter. And they're going to have to get a lift out of their keys. They're superstars. And these are the guys that got it rolling in that first final. Don't forget, in the qualifying final, they were well down against the Giants. Warner was held, Goulden was held. Heaney was good all day. but Warner impacted the last quarter there with 7 clearances. It's just all around the footy. They've got to get their hands on it first, get it out of the middle. The contested possession is down in that second. Brisbane are so good at that, though. It's easier said than done.
Two things. When do you activate Campbell off the bench? A left footer that can give you run. And what about the Sydney big tall forwards?
Yeah, they've had no impact inside 50. McLean has taken the 1 mark in there. They've had 24 entries. They bombed it in early. The other option they have is just releasing Parker. Late in the year against Collingwood, they threw him into the centre bounce late and he had an impact. You can do that. You can get Parker in there and give him a chance to win some footy around the coalface. But I'd be making that sub pretty early. Logan McDonald has had 1 possession. Amadi has had 4. McLean's the backup ruck. You're not going to sub him. It's probably going to be maybe McDonald if you want to get some run. He just hasn't been able to impact.
Looks like Luke Parker's gone into the middle. I'd be throwing Papel in there as well for a little bit of leg speed, but I'll also be putting James Jordan on Will Ashcroft just to try and stop his impact around the game. He's had 17 touches, 12 uncontested possessions.
I think you had to throw Parker in there, Hodgie. He's experienced.
He did it earlier against Collingwood when they were down. He went in there, had a couple of clearances early.
Massive first 10 minutes for the Sydney Swans here. Have to halt this Brisbane line momentum and find a way to hit the scoreboard themselves. They've got the firepower. We know that. Fought down. Barely walked into trouble.
Well, they've started with a little bit of leg speed on the field. They've got McLean and McDonald both starting on the bench.
Jordan has gone in there on McCluggage too, this centre bounce.
Low bottom held. Andrews in front, gets to the back, but it's all Brisbane. Zorko. And he gets sat down.
Zorko's got to be smart here.
Outside 5. Outside 5, yeah. Mark's play. Mark's play. Moving on. Play on.
What can Sydney do? This is the start. Cunningham was quiet in the first half. Warner, very, very deep. Parker's got to get over the top of Harris Andrews. That's a hard task. When you're Luke Parker and you're trying to get over the big man, probably not going to happen.
Brian Lester's got to be careful with those little kicks. City going to come out. They're going to be on their toes defensively. They're going to be trying to cut off a lot of intercepts. Those little short 50-50 kicks aren't on early in the quarter.
They like Dunkley in the air. Gets over the top of him. Cunningham misses Lloyd.
Just watching Logan McDonald at the halftime warm-up and coming to the interchange to start the third term. There's a serious limp going on. We know that he injured that ankle last week in the prelim final, so I'll keep an eye on that. But as you said, he's only had the 1 touch to halftime.
Early territory here, Sydney. Have to convert that into a score. Outside of the boot, Fletcher. Hipwood. Neal. To the advantage of Rayner. Fletcher's run on. Belts a handball looking for Hipwood. Wrapped up by Dane Rampy.
This is good. I'm liking the first couple of minutes here from Sydney. Every goal they can kick sows a seed of doubt into the Brisbane mind. And they've got to think of it that way.
The best finishing team over the season, Brian, so they've got to have belief in that.
And as Ad just said, McDonald with that medial ankle sprain. As straightforward as you think. A little bit of local in it, maybe.
Lester's got a big job on Heaney when he's pushing forward. A lot of trust there from the coaching staff.
He was on the run then. Now on the tee. Tackled by Florent. Well, spills out. McCartan happy to take it out, although the umpire didn't think it was out. Now Jordan's got it. Has he had an opportunity? No. Sydney must not allow Brisbane to kick early goals here.
So Parker started in the centre bounce, but he's gone straight back to that forward roll now on Andrews.
What did he do himself? McCartan. And Joe Danaher. Controls it over the line. Forward 50 stoppage here for Brisbane. Fist from Grundy. Neil. Carefully by Rowbottom. Down to you, Abby.
Sydney have activated their sub. So Logan McDonald did a couple of run-throughs past me early in the third, but his ankle is no good. So Braden Campbell comes in for the second half for the Swans.
Yeah, that's a good call, one you tip, Richard.
Yeah, it was obvious, Bron.
There's Neil, reeling around. Cameron, is he being held? Yes, he is. No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
What a massive decision.
That'll be the arms around.
Yeah, both arms around him. He's actually holding him up at one stage. Charlie made sure that the umpire, but as soon as the umpire sees both arms around the player and stops him from contesting that marking opportunity.
And it's an easy one for Cameron to exaggerate, just fall into his lap.
When he Ford would do that in that situation, but the arms around it always gets paid.
Brisbane for a 7th consecutive goal. 20 out dead and brown. Charlie Cameron has missed. He has missed. Can this be the let-off that changes the game?
Drilling ball for Rampy, who wants to go fast.
There's the intent.
Happily now on his own. It's broken up really well by Lester Starcevic. Out in front of the really impressive Ashcroft. Sliding over the top, he's going to get it back here, Will Ashcroft, and hit a target inside 50.
Lester, he was outstanding there. That kick through the middle of the ground from Rampy to Papley. Lester, I reckon he made up 30 metres there to get over an intercept. And it created a chance for Brisbane back the other way.
Just these little smart knock-ons. Ashcroft over to Hipwood, realising he was going to be tackled. Just a simple little easy option. He had a few there, took the easy one.
The Lions are 10-2 since Ashcroft has come back from his ACL. He's a huge barometer for this club, this young man, and now Rayner. After the Cameron miss. Another behind.
A very happy Lion there. Well, there's no doubt they're trying to be more direct and taking the risk. And here they go, Goulden. Little ball, Papley. He's looking busy. He's looking like he wants the footy. Gets it to another man that can rip you to bits in Warner. Just overkicked it slightly. Rowbottom. Heard the umpire's call, Lloyd. So they work it forward and almost have a goal-kicking opportunity here with Fox. Fox short. Still too far for Jordan, I suspect.
That's the intent, though, BT. They've got to do that. They've got to wheel and go. You've got to come through the corridor.
Nick Stevic there, the umpire, his 12th grand final. Jordan now. 52 metres out of bounds on the full.
Leicester to bring it back in. Dunkley. Flicking handball here for Papley. McInerney, not sure what he was trying to do. The turnover now for Cam Rayner. Out is Hipwood, Danaher ahead of him. Ball's got to sit for Big Joe, it does. Take all the ground, young man. And Archie's in all sorts of space.
He just summed it up well there, Joe. It was 1v1 before 50. Just let the sliding winger come down.
That had shades of last week about it, the way they turned a defensive 50 ball into attack, and you just had to take possession there of your McInerney down the other end. It's hurt them. And in a flash, it was down here for a shot at goal for Archie, who's having some sort of final series.
To kick his third. That's coming back. It is there.
The all-new Land Cruiser Prado. Toyota.
And this is the pattern of what Kalachi's been able to do. Danaher's been able to sum it up. This is where you see Blakey trying to work back to RG. Just couldn't get there in time. He did the same as what he did at the other end. Started on the outside of probably the wrong post, but he's been able to shape it back in. All the other shots at that end had kept drifting across. Great work rate from Kalachi and smart from Danaher.
Pluggage. Wonderful off his feet. Take there by Lockie Neal. Deep to Danaher. Does McCartan in a genuine one-on-one. They have been marking everything inside 50 Brisbane.
Another centre break and a good one. Lockie Neal, McCluggage combining there. And with the 6.66, this is about the only chance you get most of the time to get one-on-one, and Joe just too big. A great contested mark.
Looking for 8 Brisbane goals in a row. Danaher comes in. And he struck up a bit off his instep with his foot. And he misses.
Concern, Chris Fagan. They are leaving the door slightly ajar with these misses.
1-3 this quarter.
Roberts bouncing away. Thumping left foot ball. Grundy. Parker. Neal coughs it up. McInerney. Oh, magnificent tackle, Leicester. Not for the first time today, Ryan Leicester. Berry, Lohman.
Zorko's starting to mop up down back now. Because you've got to release the shackles a little bit now. Zorko's starting to really have a bit of an influence. 5 this quarter at 100% by foot, Dane Zorko.
McCluggage. Taken in the Jordan, tackle gone.
See, Jordan's gone to McCluggage, which has released Zorko. So,
Katie Perry there, enjoying the game with a few bubbles.
So she should after that performance, BT, in the heat.
She was roaring, and the Lions are now roaring also, Richo. 11:41 in the third remaining.
Just rehydrating with the Champers.
Yes, great performance here today from Katie Perry, pre-game. Set the MCG alight, Florence. Warner. It was meant for Lloyd. Flex has got in between it. Papley. Can he make something happen? Lockie Neal with possession number 22 in a grand final. Tries to caress it around the corner. Roberts to Blakey. Blakey on the run, and he finally finds an unmanned Heaney.
This is where the Lions just have to continue to do the simple things. There's been 2 or 3 times Payne come out here, didn't take the easy option, went for the more difficult one. Lockie Neal there had 2 blokes to give the handball to, decided to go around onto his left, be a little bit too cute to turn the ball over.
I've noticed that Brisbane aren't trying to go up the middle since half-time either, Richo. They're trying to go wide, Podgy.
Yeah, I guess it's that risk versus reward. They realise that Sydney going to be on defensively, and you don't want to turn the ball over in dangerous situations.
They changed their tactics. Here is Heaney. A must opportunity. 35, he nails it. Sydney, just a little seed.
For the ultimate performance.
And these are the simple things. It's Dane Zorko. He's the best kick in the team. Give him the ball. He'll be able to compose and hit an easy kick. Lockinier decided to hold on to it himself, be forced under pressure to go on the left. It brings it back into the corridor, and the ball lands in the hands of someone who they don't want in Blakey.
McLean and Danaher.
Lock, Sydney.
It's going to go away, the Swans. Goulden to half forward. Starcevic read it best off the boot.
So this is where you just want some composure, Hodgie. Just like the kick mark, just maintain a bit of possession if they can.
Yeah, don't force the issue. If you can still go long and back your tools.
Rayner.
Brisbane. Back on the line. Matt, stand.
They'd be disappointed there, Sydney. They force them long down the line, yet they allow Rayner to take a contested mark.
Neil starting to get...
They can hit Dunkley. Hit the easy ones. Make them defend.
And they go long. Lohman. Charlie Kerman, can he keep it in? No.
Yeah, they're up to 95 marks now, Brisbane, which is a hell of a lot to this stage of the game.
Seen teams all year, Richo, in this position start to play a different game from what got them there, and other sides sense that that's happening, and away they go. Is that happening here now? Off hands, maybe not, because Ashcroft has ensured that they continue to surge on.
Jack, footy doesn't just happen by itself.
And this is where Errol's on the wrong side. You can't give a poke like Will Ashcroft, who does not fumble, a clear pathway through to the stoppage. He picks it up, and in half a second, just a nice little push-off, gives himself a bit of space. And what we've seen and spoken about so much about this kid in his second year, about how clean he is, which
Goulden's just hoping there, hoping it doesn't happen.
You say a young star on the rise, but it feels like he's already there. Neil gives it off to the man we're talking about. Forward handball, Danaher. Wide now for Berry. Low ball on the up, back to Ashcroft. Can set sail. Can land in the square, and they'll get a ball in very deep.
Between him and Lockie Neal, they've had half of the clearances today for Brisbane, Ashcroft and Neal.
He's 20 years old, Richo, and if he won the Norm Smith, he'd be the youngest ever to win it. The Telstra track is looking good for him. McCartan. Parker's going back into traffic. Cunningham, Lockie Neal. Rayner. Little handball. Chopped off by Fox. So a bit of an escort. Have a look at the Swans here. There's a number of them. Roberts to Florent.
Jordan. Heaney.
Just every time you look up, Starcevic is there. He's had some sort of day down back. 5 intercept marks.
Florent taken in the tackle. Brilliant one-on-one win. Wilmot debuted in a final. Already played in 10. Cameron. And that's a free.
I think he's the fastest man to 10 finals. Darcy Wilmot.
This is game number 56.
So 5th of his games have been finals.
And he looked really comfortable in his first one.
This is great tackle here from Jared Berry. It was a similar spot as last year where he gave away that 50. Excellent turnover.
Ainsworth. Steers it. Gets past Bailey. Lohman's been enormous, especially early.
So 2 goal to 1 quarter in favour of Brisbane here in the third. As
Just keeping control of the game here at the moment, not allowing Sydney to become dynamic. There he is, Ashcroft. Lloyd confronted by Bailey.
Sydney got away with one there. Ashcroft was all by himself.
McLean. Now, insufficient attempt. You bet.
Put your foot on the line or it's 50.
Says Max Devick to Ollie Florent.
This is where Jared Berry does have to be too cute. Put it to the top of the goal square. You can defend behind the ball. Play the percentages.
Won't be too shallow though. Get it to the top of the goal square. He keeps it close to the boundary line instead. And Goulden is away.
They're trying to get rolling here, the Swans. They just can't. This keeps happening. They kick it back to the Brisbane Lions.
The Swans are queuing up with numbers on the open side, but at the moment Brisbane doing such a good job of keeping them skinny that they can't do it. So when they do try and look long, they're going to the Brisbane outnumber, not bringing their spares, which are on that switch and open side of the ground.
Stacey Thomas behind the goals with a great insight. Josh Dunkley speaking to the coach. Brisbane well up, clearance and contest and scoreboard. Cameron taps it down, McCartan, Blakey. And Neil's going to gobble this up.
Just goes backwards and finds the loose there. Dane Zorko. Harris Andrews had a good game.
So they're trying to suck up the Sydney midfielders and defenders. They had a lot back. They just need to bring him out to try and find some gaps to put into.
They've done well. They knew that perhaps they couldn't win the game in squad, but they've absolutely made sure that Sydney can't get back into it. Right now, Danaher from a long way out. Rayner!
Just another great build-up. Suck some time off. Uncontested marks. Get in long and deep. Dangerous spot. And you've got super forwards down there like Rayner.
Taking another contested mark. He's second for the quarter. And a run around here on the left boot. Rayner has gold. He's boomeranged it around the post. What about this? Brisbane by 60.
Hello, Melbourne. This week on Sunrise, one of the biggest superstars.
This is another one on Blakey. I know he's very good at the offensive side, I think, but you've got to put a body on someone like a Cam Rayner who loves to have a run and jump at the mark. Daisy, that was in front of you, mate. What you see?
That's exactly the same as the one before. Errol Gordon on one occasion threw a stoppage, not good enough, not putting any body on, and just hoping that the outcome's going to be what they're desiring rather than going and making it happen. There's been a bit of a story of the afternoon so far.
Ashcroft to clearance. Cameron to fly. Ground level, Loman. Flicks it to Danaher. And a miss.
Just the body language down here, guys. I'm right next to the Sydney Swans camp. There's hands on hips. There's heads in hands. It might be a 60-odd point margin, but it feels as though the Swans know that this one might be out of reach already.
Roberts to Goulden.
So they've got a three-man switch on here if they go wide, but they're going to be forced to go up the line again.
Fox now. Careful little kick in to Roberts. Florent. And Campbell's on the outside of the northern wing. Florent didn't have the strength in the kick to get it to him. So McCartan will eventually, or he goes wide to Cunningham and Cunningham to Campbell. Got there the long way, and Brisbane forced them back nicely. Brisbane shuffled across nicely as well, though. That's a good kick.
McInerney unable to hang on. Heaney. How good has the tackling been from Leicester? (10-8 to 2-3 since quarter time. Wilmot.
Holding Brisbane.
Darcy fought. Draws a free. Zorko, a good option for him. Right near the bench, so the players will know there's 4 minutes left.
Already taken over 100 marks now, and they just never lose when they do that. And it's not even three-quarter time.
See some very professional clock management here from Brisbane. Almost lineman at the front, McCluggage. And they'll be happy with another stoppage. So the boards are up.
Darcy Brody. Up the meter.
McInerney. Rampy with the fend off. Florent through traffic cleverly. Papley runs a bit of an arc. I'm not sure how he got rid of that. Morris came and found it. Neal thumps a handball to Bailey. Gets out of the Blakey tackle. And jams it inside 50, down the throat of Dunkley, and he goes further afield to Morris.
How good, Bailey. Gets tackled, but he's strong in the hips. He breaks the tackle. Then his ability to step out. Steps out and finds the target inside 50.
You see Patley there, he had 2 or 3 Lions blokes coming at him. Indecisive, turned it over.
How quickly does Bailey take the space available to him? That was a great example of it there. He sees space and he takes it and then delivers beautifully.
Logan Morris, 19th game's a grand finalist for his second. They are storming away Brisbane.
Well, Morris kicks his second goal. And I know the Brisbane fans are thoroughly enjoying this, and so will be the Fitzroy contingent when you think of the greats down there, Rich Owen, Johnny Murphy, Warwick Irwin, Gary Wilson, Bernie Quinlan, Mick Conlon, Kevin Murray, you name it. There's a whole host of these Fitzroy connection also that would be loving what they're seeing.
Absolutely. They're a big part of it, and there's a lot of the old Roy boys here today.
There are indeed many of them. Warner seen them around during the week. Warner across the ground to Goulden.
Brucey's in town. Laurie Serafini was out and about too.
Some great names, Richo, as Amadi. Is that his first inside 50 mark of the day, I wonder? That could be close.
I think it's their second mark from their tools today. Mind you, early they bombed the ball when they haven't had a lot of opportunities. Brisbane have just been too good.
First inside 50 mark it is. Amadi to convert from 40 metres. First kick of the day for Amadi. That is his first kick of the day. 27 minutes into the third quarter.
Ainsworth. Bailey gets it from Zorko. From the side, it's held in. Kitty Coleman, yeah. Long-term injury, and he would be in this side, if he was fully fit.
How good was he last year in the GF?
Gordon, down. Blake Danaher, turnover, Rayner. Archie is off to the races. Straightens up, and the Lions have got another one. Got 4. Kalachi to underscore what has been an extraordinary final series.
And here's the chase down from Big Joey Danaher, put enough pressure on, become Rayner, and then this is what Carl Archie's been trying to do on Blakey. As soon as the ball's turned over, he's tried to get at the back. They've kicked 10 goals from turnover. Over to you, Daisy.
That's been evident from the very first quarter. It's been a clear game plan. As soon as Archie has sensed that Blakey was out of it and the Lions were going to win the ball back, he's just taken off. So Blakey's had decisions to make all day. Do I go head down with him, or do I roll the dice a little bit? And today it hasn't been the day for rolling the dice. Cal Archie, what a final series he's had.
5 goal to 1/3 quarter here for Brisbane. Little push for Rowbottom. Has tried hard today. Goulden now with that swashbuckling left. Inside McLean drawing the mark. Payne claiming the mark. Not rewarded. Answorth to the Shane Warne stand side of the ground. 2-on-1. Here's the fourth goal kicker man, Archie. Trying to take them all on there. Rampy was scrambling. He needed help. Goulden fumbled. 3/4 time siren sounds. Lee Matthews there. Brisbane fans roaring. Dennis Pagan. Will he become the second coach in history to coach a grand final without having played a senior game? Rick, I think so. 73 points.
All right, there we go, 3/4 time. Folks, welcome in everybody. Welcome in everybody. That's exactly right. 3/4 time here. Al, how you going? Sad, I know. How do you think I'm feeling? I know I'd be, well, it's a little bit, definitely devastating, Al, because Al is a staunch Sydney supporter, but you know what, sometimes, Al, it's easy, if you're going to lose, sometimes it's easier to lose by getting a spanking like this than to lose by a point or 3 points. It's holy Toledo Batman. There we go. Let me just welcome in a couple of people to the chat. Felipe, how you going, Squire? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the 142 people in the house at the moment watching right now. Don't forget, folks, hit that thumbs up for us. Let's try and get at least 100 thumbs up for the stream. Well, there's 144 people in there. Tell you what, we were hoping at half time Sydney would actually come out of the gates and kick the first 3 to 4 goals, get this margin back to within 4 goals going into the final quarter, but it was exactly the opposite that happened. Brisbane still playing their game plan, still playing exactly how they were playing pre-half time. They're just in total control of this match. Sydney struggling to get hold of the ball, and the pressure of the Brisbane Lions has just been incredible. Brisbane's going to win, I think. I think you're right. That's a big margin now. 73 points here. And of course, Brisbane Lions putting on 5 goals 4 in that quarter. And the Swans 1 goal 1. Let's just have a look at the stats, see where they're going. I tell you what, my choice for best on ground at the moment, folks, there's 3 players there, and I don't know how you pick it. Lachie Neale, Will Ashcroft, and Joe Danaher. Lachie Neale's been everywhere today. He's been absolutely sensation. Topping the table with 26 disposals, 12 kicks, 14 handballs, 1 mark, 1 tackle. All he needs is a goal to go along with that. Will Ashcroft next best for the Lions. 24. He's put on a sausage roll there with 11 kicks, 13 handballs, 3 marks, 3 tackles. Zorko Nesbeck's on 18. Errol Goulden finally coming up level with Brodie Grundy there, best for Sydney with 15. As I said, as I said at halftime, folks, that's what I was saying. I said you're in a little bit of trouble with your side, with your team, if your ruckman is the leading disposal getter for your team. You're in trouble, and that's exactly what was happening at halftime. Brodie Grundy led the way for Sydney at halftime. Errol Goulden now coming up to there with 15 disposals, just not enough out of the Sydney mids, out of the Sydney Stars. They have been in hibernation for the entire game. Joey Danaher, I tell you what, I love the way he's played today. Absolutely incredible game from Joey Danaher. Up forward, shots on goal, in the ruck, he's doing it all. 15 disposals, 14 kicks, 1 handball, 8 marks, 1 tackle, 1 goal forward. Tell you what, it could have been a big day out for him, but nonetheless, the Lions are doing the job, and he's having a fantastic day out. Isaac Heaney, Chad Warner, 14 and 13 there for the Suns. It's just not good enough. It's good to say that you're one of these superstars of the competition, but I tell you what, if you can't fire in finals, the big time, the big moments in the grand final, you've got to take a good hard look in the mirror and ask why, or you didn't give your full, or did the coach do enough to change up a few things, get you off your tag, get you into a different position where you could make an impact. Nick Blakey always showing good run-off half back there for the Swans. Cam Rayner having a good game there. Love to see him being pushed into the centre there for a little bit. Calamachi having a fantastic game also. Tell you what, he's a real good player, him, and I tell you what, I like the way they're going. Hugh McCluggage a little bit slower in that third quarter, but you know what, they're just sharing the love, they're sharing the football around the Brisbane Lions players. Tom Papley there, and tell you what, if there's a spark that Sydney needed all day, that's him. He's like a little firelighter, 6 disposals. He's only had 3 kicks, 3 handballs. He's kicked 1 goal, just not enough. Just like Joel Armady down forward, the big forward down there, he's had 1 kick, shanked it, and no score. But that is Chris McKenzie, 37 for Brisbane. Solid in defence. I tell you what, absolutely. Let me just check this out. Yeah, the Swans defence is absolutely fantastic today. I'm loving the way they defend. I'm loving the way they, they play for the ball. Starcevic, absolutely. He took a few intercept marks early, and he really set the stage for the backman early in that first quarter. All right, let's head back down to the ground as we take the bounce of the ball to the final quarter here, where it's the Lions by 72 points, 2024 Grand Final.
Premiership Cup, of course, there it is. As we're about to start the last quarter, Brisbane have got a very, very firm hand on that at the moment. It's been another massive grand final crowd today, right around the country. Hope you're enjoying this. Fort, Rowbottom, hard as a cat's head to Warner. Warner goes inside 50. And Marty hasn't done too much. In fact, none of the tall forwards down there have been able to mark much today for Sydney.
No, they haven't been able to have an impact, and they've thrown Nick Blakey forward for this last quarter.
For replacing McInerney, he's done a very good job. That's a touch ball. Roberts. Blakey will fly at this. Nice pair of hands.
Just had a bit too much leg speed there. That ball hung in the air, and Blakey, he saw it early and he got after it. That was a really good mark.
That shot of what's ahead of Nick Blakey to the punt road end, the famous MCG. It's the sort of day Sydney have had.
I love this guy, never plays outside his capabilities. Makes only the decisions that he can carry out. Not a dreamer.
Through traffic, Lloyd. Grundy to Roberts. Roberts with the transfer. Cunningham to Florent. Hayward trying to make ground wide. Warner's on the inside. He goes for the low ball to Fox. And they've got it well plugged. Deep inside the 50. As Lloyd goes on the non-preferred. Here's Berry. Strong mark.
192 centimetres, Jared Berry, taller than you think. And good overhead. Ashcroft, can you win a Norm Smith age 20? The son of a gun.
It's going to be interesting, that Norm Smith voting. Got Archie and Loman who've had real impact forward.
Give us 3 at the moment. Richo got a 3.
I think Archie's role's been super important. Loman got it all going. I mean, Neil's just the model of consistency. And Ashcroft, they're probably the 4. I'll tell you what, Starcevic's dropped down back to blanket out a really gun forward like Papley, but take 5 intercept marks and have 14 touches yourself.
His final series, Richo.
He's a blanket, isn't he?
Been ridiculous. He's at it again here. Gets it off to McCluggage. Now Bailey. Brisbane forward able to get to the ball. It's tipped back into a dangerous spot. Rowbottom a dribbler. Lloyd.
Joe had a kick straight as well. He could have been in contention. He's had a good solid day.
Campbell, beautiful stroking left boot here. Papley and Harris Andrews. Geez, good defender, Harris Andrews.
Just watching him then, how he just played the angles on Papley. So Papley had him clearly for leg speed, but he just worked that angle. He didn't have to go a yard further than he needed to. Came from the centre square, ran directly across on that angle as Papley was trying to get him out the back, and then just smart enough to knock it out.
He gave Starcevic a chop out daisy when he needed it.
Here is Starcevic. We've spoken about him. His strength is enormous. This man here, the fan giving a high five to Harris Andrews there.
Lions fans finding the full voice. With a scramble. Papley picks it up. Lester comes at the ball. Amati's there. And there has been no room to move for Joel.
High contact. Brisbane.
Free kick for Darcy Fort.
You've got to say he's held his own today. Everyone thought with Grundy with the size, the weight advantage that he's got, but Darcy's continued to fight. That's why the Lions they were full of confidence when they needed him to replace him.
What would the coach have asked him before the game to get out of form today?
It's just making sure there's no easy clearances from Grundy. Grundy's known that he can catch the ball and surge it forward. I think he's done that once for the day. It went on the full. The rest of the time, Fort's he's run as hard as he possibly could just to make a contest in there and giving his midfielders the best opportunity they have.
And that's the life of a back up ruck. When he's had to sit in the twos, just knowing that he's only getting a game with the big O's injured. And it happened on the most important day, and he's been able to deliver.
Ashcroft with the give and go. And with that, he becomes the equal leading possession getter on the ground. Ashcroft, he's firming.
I reckon he just felt his foot there a little bit.
Harris Andrews, superb general in the back end.
Fort's on.
And Fort's there, the little chip over the top to Berry. Archie's there.
That's just what they've been able to do all day, BT. They've just had the composure to find the spare, wait for a gap to open up and put the ball there.
And a 1 goal as Archie somehow gets hold of that. And will line up for what, his 5th goal.
This has got a touch of Norm Smith.
Has it? So you think it could go down to this, Richo?
Bag of 5 in a grand final.
Pretty good.
And you know Norm Smith voters normally look outside just the numbers, the midfield numbers. So He's got to be in contention if he kicks this.
Well, what's he going to do? He's going to kick the drop punt. He's going to rely on the left to right. You must feel he's got that sort of loop in his foot as Heaney comes off the ground looking not so good. The kick is across the face from Archie. Another contender, says Richo, in the Norm Smith.
It's been a fair final series for him. BT, 10 goals as a small forward who's done really good jobs on opposing half-backers.
Andrews came forward and broke it out of the hands of McLean.
Isaac Heaney down here on the bench just took a seat. He's currently got his head in his hands. He looks absolutely shattered. We know that he spent some time down in the room, so he doesn't seem like he can continue on.
Roberts looked inboard and then decided the handball was the option. Goulden gets closed down by Rayner. Flicks it all the way back to Lloyd. Trying to generate something off half-back here. The Sydney Swans want it. Switches on if they want it. Fox. Row bottom. Into the middle, Roberts. Lloyd. Just can't quite hit Hayward. Starcevic. A rare fumble from him.
So you could also almost say, as far as the Norm Smith goes, as Heaney doesn't look well, came off the ground there before. You almost got to say, Richo, from now on, given the margin here, what have we got? 73 points. That as Harris Andrews takes a mark, that
You can fudge the numbers now. Is that what you're going to say?
well, I'm just saying nothing really matters from this point on.
Influencing the game.
It should already be decided, shouldn't it? Should it not?
Pretty much. You've got to take that into account for sure.
There's 4 people you'd probably give a vote to. It's going to be Lohman, Archie, Neil and Ashcroft.
Ainsworth.
But there's been so many other players that have played their role.
On their bits and pieces. Free kick. So Morris.
Brisbane free.
Been impressive, Morris. The great Lee Matthews. Their last Premiership coach. Craig McCrae, Justin Lepich. All these former Lions. There are many of them. High footy on the head of 4. Lohman, who was particularly dangerous in the first half here today and set this win up for the Lions.
Lee on the board up there.
Yes.
Yep. Wonder how many premierships now he's been involved in.
A ridiculous number. 3 as coach of the Lions, 1 as coach of Collingwood, I think 4 as a player.
4 as a coach, 4 as a player now. Involved now as a board member.
Towering presence in the game of AFL football, let alone football in the state of Queensland.
Darcy Brody, hold the meter.
Low bottom. Barrels one in Andrews' direction, and what a superb defender Harris Andrews is.
I've been a brick wall today. Andrews, Payne, Starcevic.
13 touches, not considering Harris Andrews and the Norm Smith. He's been there rock solid, especially in the first half when it was hot.
I'd have Starcevic just in front of him.
Okay.
I think when you've got such a convincing team performance like this, you can look at Jared Berry. He's been really good. So many players have played above their role, but that's why they got such a good lead.
Goulden to Grundy. Grundy to the middle. All the hands of Jordan. Gaines also tidies it up to Fletcher. There's Archie on the lead. He wanted it and he was clear, but Fletcher just hadn't quite balanced getting back on the mark. The lead came too early. Starcevic. Archie tries again. Starcevic goes longer and deeper this time. Morris was in the hunt. Ball hits the deck. Cunningham was dragged away. Florent. Here goes Sydney. Can they make something happen here? Jordan.
Amadi, long way up the ground. McInerney stretching out in front of Ainsworth again. The footy didn't work. Numbers here with the Swans. Florent into the middle. Works for Lloyd. Fox. Now Parker. Can the veteran find the middle? Yes, he can.
This is just the play that Sydney haven't been able to get consistently throughout the day. Just hit into the middle, which we know that's what they aim to do, and then the free-flowing run, and then the Parker with the composure kicking straight towards the end. That's their second lowest score for the year. Only one was when they played Port Adelaide, and they lost by over 100 points.
Been a magnificent day for the festivities that go with the grand final day today in Melbourne. McInerney, Warner, this is what we're used to seeing. 55 metres out and he pierces the middle, no problem at all.
Three Carlton drafts, please.
The keg's dead.
Clearance and beautiful finish from Chad Warner. Abs to you.
The Brisbane Lions have made their sub, so Connor McKenna comes in with just under 10 minutes to go, and it's Logan Morris, the youngster, that's going to the back of the bench.
He has done nothing wrong, Logan Morris. Warner. Rampy. I like it, Richo. I always felt for James Jordan in that Melbourne grand final. When they had that game bottled and he couldn't get on the ground, you want to feel it.
Everyone's got to get a run, particularly now where the score's at.
He finds Packley. Tough day at the office for him. Kick in the Starcevic direction. Big thump. Amadi. Through comes Neil. And Fletcher escorts it over.
It is Edwin Fletcher, and I don't think it is actually, but I did. Not sure that was him.
Good doppelganger if it wasn't, BT.
Similar.
And looking what it was, here's Neil, Dunkley, Fletcher, McKenna. First touch in the grand final, just come on as the sub. Fletcher been terrific as well. 16 touches for him. Brisbane fans here and back in Queensland celebrating. They have been massive in the city all week. There have been the Brisbane colours flying. Extraordinary number of them around.
How will the old pubs be going in Fitzroy tonight too?
Oh, I was down at the Napier Hotel last night, Richo. I'm telling you, they were 10 deep on the curb. I'd hate to think what's happening there right now.
They'll be going berserk tonight. That is a great old Fitzroy pub. It's got all the old memorabilia in there.
It is. Guy, the owner down there, would be just overwhelmed with what's happened. And they would be selling out a beer by about now, I reckon.
You better order a few kegs.
Look at this, the magnificent MCG. Cam Rayner. Not quite getting the journey. McLean.
50 metres.
50 given away, Loma coming back on the mark.
Back to the 9. Get done. Charlie.
Ball off. Sizzle there from Warner, although the kick didn't go far enough, so they turn it over here. Rayner might have been a leg, not matter. Zorko off the ground, some party time. Fletcher's been really good. Lohman can have a fly at this. Kyle Lohman!
He's strutting back. So he should. Going for his fourth in the grand final. Oh, he swallowed it. He's good overhead, isn't he, for his size? Dangerous proposition. You can do it overhead at his size.
Big return, 4 in the grand final. For an opportunistic forward. It is good.
Hi, Australian. Kevin.
Good grab, wasn't it? In the end, 4 goals in a grand final is a significant contribution. There's no doubt about it whatsoever.
There you can see.
These former players, well, these not former players, the current players, Hodgie, there are many of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of sad stories, BT. You blokes like Darcy Gardner, who's been the heart and soul of the football club. They talk about Ryan Leslie's happily drums it, puts it through for a point. But you talk about blokes that are the heart and soul of the football club. Darcy Gardner's one of those. Did his knee earlier this year. It's the same as Link McCarthy since he moved up from Geelong. He's been one of the more loyal, trustworthy players. For those guys, Oscar McInerney's another one. Kitty Coleman, whose season last year was outstanding. But you really feel for the 3 senior guys who you probably sit back and go, is there going to be another opportunity for me to come back and get a chance of playing in a premiership?
Just taken underneath the ball. Lyman tackle. Milliken.
Thanks, Lewis. So, mate.
So the Lions' biggest win in the granny is 50 points in 03 against Collingwood. They're comfortably in advance of that now. Warner taking everyone on. Wilmot held in. And I guess, Richo, sadly, as these gentlemen and ladies prepare to celebrate, the narrative will move to the Sydney Swans. 1-4 now, John Longmire in grand finals, average losing margin of 55 points before this one. So McCluggage on the left, and belted away from Cameron.
No doubt, James. I mean, it's going to be a tough one to swallow for John and his team and his coaching staff. You know, the best team all year, basically, except for that 4 or 5 week patch where they, you know, it's hard to stay up for the entire season. They found their legs again, but unfortunately, this battle-hardened Lions team just been far too good today. So I'll be very, very disappointed. In trouble against the Giants, 44 points down. In trouble against the Cats, 13th at the halfway mark of the year, 2-7 at the start of the year. They have dug themselves out of a hole on many occasions this year, Brisbane. Dunkley, his 4th grand final, going to have 2 premiership medallions out of the 4. McCluggage told to go. Lockie Neal, just a superstar of the game. Little handball partly deflected. Spills to Berry, McCluggage. Grundy, will he get another opportunity? I'm sure he will, many years to come at Sydney. Hamadi, thought about Warner.
Blakey on short. Not much for him to go to. Hands it off to Warner. And Warner hacks that forward. That's a skill error right there. So Pauling.
Right, there's 4 minutes to go. At what stage does he actually crack a smile? Do you reckon he gets one before the final siren?
I reckon he'll wait till the last minute.
This means so much to him. As you see, good old Lee getting down onto the bench.
Just presenting the cup to the winning captain and coach, Lee Matthews.
The story on Chris Fagan, obviously the journey up here, or down the bottom, they needed stability off field. He's able to bring it, him and Greg Swan. And then getting so close so many times, being so many doubters on him. After today, there's no more doubt.
6 finals appearances, the only team to do that, Hodgie, the Brisbane Lions.
The most wins over that period. So this is richly deserved for Chris Fagan.
They know it. They all know it.
They all want to get on now.
4 minutes left. You can see the message is building. A floating ball belted away from McLean. Happily to ground. Starcevic nice and hard. Stripped off it by Fox. Parker already got one in this term. Now he's got another one.
At Aussie Broadband, we reckon there's more to the Aussie.
Massive crowd, 100,013 capacity, the 36th time of about 100+ thousand of a grand final. Amazing support. Crowds have been chockers all over the country this year. Memberships, massive. Florent to Parker. And Wilmot. 3:41 to go. 28 players have previously won a flag for Brisbane. It'll be 51 after today. Rayner. Shane Warne wing. Bit of a floater sidewinder looking thing into the pocket. Rowbottom has tried hard all day. Roberts to Parker. Punted by Neil. They strip him to the footy. Wilmot round the corner. Very, very high ball for McKenna. Lovely hands, Ashcroft. McCluggage, beautiful little ball to Cameron. It's 4-on-1 for the Lions. They can't mess this up, surely. McKenna trying to back out of the pack. Campbell with the tackle. And in the end, McCluggage has to give the old don't argue. And Sydney win the final fight there.
Florent goes in search of Grundy. Work to do here against Berry. In comes Dunkley. And now the emotion starts to pour out. Crowd are seeing those pictures on the big screen. Florent gets around Zorko. McLean. Jordan. And short now as the great man gets some recognition. Parker could make it 3 in the term. He does.
Scenes there. Chris Fagan, 6 years older than any other premiership coach in history. Who said the oldies can't get it done, Richo?
Absolutely.
63 years of age. He proves everybody wrong. Very emotional scene still with 2 minutes to go on the clock.
And had to do it a different way to basically every other coach.
Florent. Lockie Neal.
Cam Rayner, Ashcroft, all the big names. Bailey to Danaher. Danaher, the final stamp on the day. Joe Danaher, look at them get around this man here. Wonder what that means.
Well, he's had a good day, Joe. It could have been better. He's kicked 2 goals, 4, taken 8 marks. There's his stat there, BT.
Goodness gracious me, I've never seen such a celebration.
What are you saying, Brian?
I don't know, Richo, but that to me had a look about it of, I've done my job here. And you never know. So Joey Danaher, very excited, teammates excited for him. Neil Danaher, loving the moment. Anthony Danaher and his wife as well. Mum and dad, superb. Might be it for him.
There was some speculation. We'll find out down the line. He's got some celebrating to do first. Big Joey, been good today.
Grundy, feel sorry for this man. Zorko on his left. Had a great year, the old man Zorko. It's the year of the old men down there. Fagan and Zorko.
Ryan Lester as well. It's just been such a tight-knit back line. Harris Andrews has led it, but putting Zorko to half-back when Kitty Coleman was injured, it just revived their season. What he's been able to do, the dash, the run. Yes, he gives up a goal occasionally, but he doesn't deter from what his role is.
Hodgie, what is this man for you, mate? You went to this club, helped them build from the bottom, gave them strength and leadership when they needed it.
I think just more the hard work that they've put in. They've got blokes like Harris Andrews, got Hugh McCluggage. Lockie Neal's been a great leader of that football club. Ryan Lester. You can see the boys are starting to celebrate. It's been a long journey. 8 years since Chris Fagan got there. There's been a lot of heartbreak. Finally, it's paid off.
They are going to be celebrating long into the night. As the seconds tick down, Blakey flicks it on. Touch ball, it's going to fan across the face. Again, it stays in. And the Lions have caught lightning in a bottle. Boils over for this magnificent man. Fourth premiership for the Brisbane Lions to add to Fitzroy's 8. And BT, it's hard to imagine them doing it in better style.
Absolutely, they made sure they had it bottled up by half-time, JB. Came last year, missed an opportunity. Everyone was all over Chris Fagan. Had a shocking start to the year this year.
They were 13th BT at the halfway mark of the year.
They were indeed. Let's get down to that.
Thank you, BT. Down here with Lockie Neal. Lockie, a 2-time Brownlow medalist, but this is the one that you wanted if you were a premiership player.
I can't put it into words. I bloody love this group. After everything we went through last year and then the start of this year, no words can describe how proud I am and how much I love this footy club and this group. It's unbelievable.
Dominant display from the onset. 46 points. You were very serious at me at half-time, but 73 points at three-quarter time. At what stage in that final quarter did you look around and know that you've got it in the bag?
When I came off and saw that there was about 6.5, 7 minutes left, I thought they can't catch us now, and I wanted to get back on and just enjoy that last 7 or 8 minutes.
Face.
Yeah,
he only cracked a smile with about 5 minutes to go as well, but he loves this group and he loved him right back, so how special is it to win one under him?
Yeah, so special. I'm so happy for him. I think I sort of started, he's the first to never play AFL, VFL coach to win a premiership, and he deserves all the love he gets. He's a great man. We love him so much. He's been tremendous for this footy club.
I'm going to start walking up here, but before we let you go, you've got that premiership medal around, or about to be around your neck, so you can tell us this foot. How bad was it really?
Oh, something snapped in it halfway through that last quarter, so yeah, I was fine when I jabbed it up. I couldn't feel it, but during the week it was very painful, but after that, once we jabbed it up, it was fine.
Go get that medal. Well done.
Eric Swan, we saw there, BT. You've got to recognise everyone in these moments.
Oh, he's a ripper CEO, came from Collingwood, of course, and up to Brisbane, been there a long time, helped set all of this up, and there's just been a superb stabilising influence on what they're all about. Andrew Wellington, their president. These are all guys working behind the scenes to ensure stability, and stability is often the ingredient that brings this sort of result. Oscar McInerney can't even raise the left arm there, but still loving it. Joe Danaher there with his children, and just enjoying the moment. I love the emotional scenes post-grand final, JB on the ground. This Calamar-Chi, you know, he just really got going this year. He's had a ripping final series. Just been fantastic. As I said before, 28 players previously won a flag for Brisbane. That's now 51.
Great moment. Huge respect. Got a feel for John Longmire. 1-4 now in grand finals, and he'll be wondering how and why. But in the middle of all of that, the respect he has for his colleague, and Chris Fagan was there to see.
It's funny, the happiness turns to pure emotion after a few minutes, doesn't it? Delightful, happy, and then all of a sudden, the tears start to flow, the partners joining. Oscar McInerney, Charlie Cameron, and he definitely looks and feels part of it, does Oscar McInerney, but he won't get a medal. But he will get high praise from his team for being a very significant component of this group. The Fletchers, father and son. Chris Fagan, the winner. The Lions, another premiership. What a day at the MCG. Back in a moment with the president.
All right, folks, there we go. We'll be back in a minute for the presentation down on the ground just after this short break. Yeah, facts, lol. Yeah, the rugby. Yeah, the Storm. Yeah, I don't really follow the rugby too much. But yeah, I heard something earlier that Melbourne Storm made it into the grand final, so I'm thinking that could be next week. So yeah, maybe I might cover that if it's on KO, which would be good. But what a game, folks! What a game! Absolute. Well, it was. What can you say? Domination, pure domination, a pure spectacle on how AFL football should be played. By the Brisbane Lions, the victors today, the grand final winners, 2024 AFL Premiership winners, the Brisbane Lions, 18-12-120, defeating Sydney Swans 9-6-60, 10-goal victory to the Lions. Gee, what, it could have been a bit more of a blowout, but yeah, the Brisbane Lions, they took the foot off the pedal in that last quarter and just cruised on by halfway through that final quarter. The Lions did put on 2 goals, 1 in that final quarter, Sydney 4 goals, 2. But yeah, from go to woe, it was all the Lions. They were absolutely brilliant. And of course, some of their big stars, look, all their big stars, they just all fired for Brisbane Lions today. Look at that. Lachie Neale on top of the disposal chart there with 34, 15 kicks, 19 handballs, 8 marks, 3 tackles. Will Ashcroft, 14 and 16 handballs. Who's going to get the Norm Smith medal? Is it going to be Lachie Neale, Will Ashcroft? Is it going to be Joe Danaher? Is it going to be a cheat? I don't know. Which one? You know what? I still love the game of Joe Danaher, but I think, you know what? Just what I feel, I think Lachie Neale will win it just because the umpires sort of see them. I'll come back for presentation. Thank you. No worries, the men's. Yeah, as soon as that's back on, as soon as the presentation is back on here and we're back from the ad, I'll certainly get over to that and bring it to everyone. Hugh McCluggage, yeah, we're 21. As I said, I think Lachie Neale might get that, but geez, it'd be good if Joe Danaher got the Norm Smith today because he was absolutely brilliant. He was brilliant. All right, let's keep rolling down. Chad Warner up there with 21. Brodie Grundy, 22 for Sydney. Errol Goulden ended up with 24 for the Swans. The other big names, absolutely, as I said, three-quarter time, they were hibernating for Sydney. Chad Warner. Luke Parker, well, Luke Parker got a few possessions in that final quarter and the goals because Brisbane took the foot off the pedal there. Isaac Heaney, yeah, I don't know where he got to today. Absolutely not there. Tom Papley, no chest pumping from Tom Papley today, like we normally see him do. Because Brisbane were just way too good. Tell you what a game of football. Let's just have a look at the goal scorers. We had a few multiple goal scorers on the ground. And for Brisbane, they were Kai Lohman and Callum Chi, both topping the table with 4 goals. Absolutely fantastic. Luke Parker for Sydney ended up with 3 late goals. A few late goals in that day, as I said, that final quarter when Brisbane took the foot off the pedal. Logan Morris, Joe Danaher ended up with 2 goals each. Of course, Joey Danaher, I like the way he played today, as you can tell, folks. 16 disposals, 15 kicks, 1 handball, 8 marks, 1 tackle, 2 goals, 4. Absolutely brilliant. All right, who else? The other single goal scorers for Brisbane, Cam Rayner, loved his game as well. Hugh McCluggage was fantastic early. Eric Hipwood and Charlie Cameron, Jared Berry and Will Ashcroft. Lots of them had goals there for Brisbane. All right, for Sydney, the other goal scorers outside of Luke Parker, which was the only multiple goal scorer for them, was Chad Warner, James Rowbottom, Tom Papley, Isaac Heaney, Will Hayward, Robbie Fox were the other goal scorers in the game. Let's just quickly have a look at the team stats there to wrap this one up. The disposal count, well, as I said, the Lions ain't too good. Look at that, 77 on top, 74 kicks. There was only 3 handballs. At the end was all that separated them, 3 handballs, but the rest came with the kicks. Inside 50, look, they both got their opportunity. 49 inside 50s for Sydney, 51 to Brisbane. But the Brisbane Lions were just way too damaging. And have a look at the disposal efficiency from the Lions, 81.5 around the ground. And, of course, inside 50, 66%. That's a great figure at the end of the game to have. The disposal efficiency for Sydney, not too bad, I guess, for around the ground for Sydney, but the inside 50 was a little bit lackluster in that and a little bit left to be desired. Free kicks, 13 to 16, not always a high free kick count due to the grand final. Love to hear, the game played on the hit out. Sydney on top. Clearances, pretty square in clearances, centre clearances, stoppage clearances. The possessions, well, just uncontested. They can just control the ball all day long did the Brisbane Lions. 679 uncontested possessions to them. The marks, well, when it comes to contested possession, comes the marks, and of course that was 70 marks, in advance to the Lions, 88 to 158. Marks inside 50, just not enough there for Sydney and the Lions. They just kept hitting targets, 22. All right, we're going to head back down to the ground for the presentation.
Partner Toyota, represented today by President and Chief Executive Matt Callahorn and Vice President National Sales, Marketing and Franchise Operations Sean Hanley. Please join me now in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I invite former 9-time Grand Final umpire and member of the Hall of Fame, Ian Robinson, to present the AFL umpires' Grand Final medals. And to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team, goal umpire Matthew Dervin. The Swans have had a magnificent season, but it wasn't their day. Please welcome captain of the Sydney side today, Dane Rampy, to speak on behalf of the Sydney Football Club.
It's a little bit hard to remove the emotion from this at the moment, but I'm going to do my best. To Chris, Lockie and Harris, on behalf of the Sydney Swans Football Club, congratulations on this year's premiership. Unfortunately, I know from a little bit of experience just how hard it is to dust yourselves off after a grand final loss. And to do that after last year's result, I feel is an achievement in itself. You guys should be extremely proud. To Toyota, thank you for putting on such a spectacle today. And to our sponsors, QBE, Volkswagen, realestate.com.au, thank you for your ongoing support. To our red and white fans, thank you so much for the support you've shown all throughout this year. We felt the energy, we felt the love. I'm sorry we fell short again, which leads me into my boys today. As I said, we've fallen short again, but I stand here beaming with pride that we put ourselves back in the ring, dusted ourselves off the canvas after 22, and we put ourselves in a position to keep swinging. We fell short today, but we should be proud of our achievement in getting back in there. The universe didn't have it in store for us today, but let's stick fat like we always do and get back in the ring sometime in the future. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Dane. Please join me now in welcoming 2007 Norm Smith medalist Stevie Johnson to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player judges best of field in the 2024 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
The winner of the Norm Smith Medal is Will Ashcroft.
Firstly, I just want to say to the Swans, you guys have been a benchmark all year, and you guys are unbelievable. And credit to it, your staff and your players are an unbelievable unit, and we hold you in the highest regard. So well on a great year. To our boys, not just the players who played today, but our whole squad. We've had our ups and downs, and I'll talk about the staff as well and the whole wider club. We've, over the last couple of years, there's been ups and downs, and especially this year, and we stuck fat and we just dug in, and can't believe we've actually achieved the ultimate prize. And to our partners as well, we appreciate your support. And lastly, just to our fans. It's been unbelievable. You guys have stayed with us through the tough times, and we appreciate your support week in, week out. And now we can enjoy it. Let's go.
It's every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September. So it's with much pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners of the NAB AFL Auskicker of the Year comp from the NAB AFL Auskick program. We'll now present medallions to each player of the winning team. Number 1, Kyle Lohman.
Number 3, Joe Danaher. Number 4, Callum Archie. Number 5, Josh Dunkley.
Thank you.
You're my hero.
Oh, really? Thanks.
Number 6, Hugh McCluggage. Number 7, Jared Berry. Number 8, Will Ashcroft. Number 13, Logan Morris. Number 15, Dane Zorko. Number 16, Cam Rayner. Number 23, Charlie Cameron. Number 26, Connor McKenna. Number 28, Jasper Fletcher. 2, Darcy Fort. Number 33, Zach Bailey. Number 35, Ryan Lester. Number 37, Brandon Starcevich. Number 40, Jack Payne. Number 43, Noah Answorth. Number 44, Darcy Wilmot. Number 31, Harris Andrews, the captain. Number 9, Lockie Neal. Earlier this year, the AFL announced that for all grand finals moving forward, we would have a special acknowledgement to a legend of the game. The Ron Barassi Medal will be awarded to the Premiership captain or captains as a tribute to a man who has left an extraordinary legacy on the game of Australian rules football. To present the very first Ron Barassi Medals to captains Harris and Lockie, please welcome the game's oldest living Premiership captain, 1963 Geelong Premiership skipper, Fred Wooler.
Thank you.
Firstly, to the Swans, enormous respect for your organisation and your team. You're always thereabouts and had a fantastic year, so commiserations. But yeah, we admire what you guys do every year. You put yourselves in this position to compete for flags, so we've looked up for you for a long time. Thank you. To the AFL, thanks once again for a massive season, one of the closest ever. Thanks to Toyota, the major sponsor. Love playing in this competition and don't take it for granted. To our footy club, from top to bottom, unbelievable organisation. I love this group so much, but led superbly from the president down. Thank you so much to everyone that works so hard behind the scenes to make this possible. Thank you to the boys. Love you guys so much. Unbelievable to be up here. This group's phenomenal. And thank you to our major sponsors, Caltex and Yui, for all your hard work and dedication to put into this club. And last but certainly not least, to our fans. You guys are the best in the comp. We love what you guys bring. It's been an unbelievable ride the last 6 years for me personally, but the journey dates far back, way further back than that. So thank you so much. And to our partners and our families as well, thank you so much for everything that you sacrificed for us to be here. Love you all.
Would you now please welcome four-time Premiership coach and member of the Hall of Fame, David Parkin, to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2024 Toyota AFL Premiership team, Chris Fagan of the Brisbane Lions.
Probably have to pull these down a bit, I'm not very tall. Firstly to Sydney, I know it's a really hard place for you guys to be at the moment because we've been there before, but you're one of the clubs that we've modelled ourselves on, to be honest, and we have enormous respect for you, and we know you're going to bounce back well next year. Congratulations on your season. To the AFL, thank you very much for the season that you've put on. It's been a season like no other, and somehow a team who finished 5th on the ladder and had to play every week has managed to win the flag. To everybody at my football club, the board, all the football department, the coaching group, fitness crew, there's so many people to mention, but you know that every single person in our football club is important to us, and you're all a part of what we've done today. To the families, partners, children of all our players, I hope you feel good about what's happened today. You sacrifice an awful lot, and this is one of the rewards you get, if you're lucky enough, a premiership. So thanks for all you've done. To the players, what a group of footballers you are. You've shown enormous resilience during this season. At one stage, we were 13th and things weren't looking good, but you found a way, and I'm so proud of you. And we're going to have some fun together over the next few days. So well done, boys. I'm just about done, but what a day.
I now have great pleasure in inviting the legend that is Lee Matthews to present the Premiership Cup to the Lions captains and coach. Just one slight admission. Fakes just said we're going to get jokes coming together. You want to speak?
Great scenes, aren't they? We see them every year. There's so much more than admiration for this team. From the coach all the way down to the youngest ever Norm Smith medalist. There's flags, front and centre. They dominated the grand final, but I don't think anyone expected them to do. It was all the Lions after quarter time on with Daisy Thomas and also Matthew Richardson, Abby's around the traps along with Hodgie. If you want that Brisbane Lions memorabilia, by the way, go to officialmemorabilia.com. John Longmire and his team, and you can see Chad Warner there, Daisy and Richo, and there's the big O, the other side of it. So there's that memorabilia. So down to you, guys, down to you.
Yep, got Charlie.
I'm going to hear from Charlie Cameron now. Hodgie, you
Sorry guys, Charlie, there's a lot of excitement down here. There's been so much hard work. You made the trip across from Adelaide. There's a few huggies in there, but tell you what, is it all worth it?
Yeah, I think going 0 from 3 didn't want to do that. So, yeah, it took a tough road. I guess coming from the grand final in 2017 into Brisbane Lions and just stuck with it. Enjoyed my time up in Brisbane, and I can't thank the people up in Brisbane a lot.
Tell us the mindset from last year. You learn a lot coming into today. Was it about composure? What was the main focus for yourself and the team going into today's game?
Well, I think the focus we had all year, you had a team had a chat to us about just keeping it simple brilliance, and just don't force it, just and move on as well. So that was the motto we've been living by, just moving on goldfish. So credit to Chris Fagan. We were at one point, I think it was 0-3 and 2-5 at one point, to get us back and just said, if you're skating on thin ice, it's not a dance. So,
why don't, mate, you go over there with the boys and enjoy it.
I appreciate everyone at Mornington Island. Love you guys. Bye.
Over to you, Abs.
Ashcroft, the youngest ever Norm Smith medalist, the son of a gun as well, following in your dad's footsteps. You must be so proud.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Well, I played this game in premierships, and I set myself for the second half of the year, and to come back and play finals footy for the first time and ultimately win with my brothers, it's unbelievable. I can't believe it.
Your dad might have 3 premierships, but he doesn't have a Norm Smith. Did he give you a little bit of advice before you rolled into the MCG this morning?
A little bit, just stay calm and play my way. Like he knows and I know individually that stacks up, and if I can play my brand and do that in line with what my teammates are doing, we've got a really good chance of winning it. So yeah, I've got a bit to go, but I'm chasing down.
Can you believe the last 12 months though? You do an ACL injury, you missed the finals run, and to be here, you came back bigger, better, faster, stronger than ever, and now you've got a premiership medal around your neck.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Like, it was always a dream. I was always thinking, you know, as hard as it is to miss last year, let's set myself for this year and get ready to go. But it's the ultimate prize, the hardest thing to achieve. All the other 17 teams are gunning for it. So yeah, to actually be here and even just to get here and now to win it, like my God, unbelievable.
Second year player, premiership player, go and soak this up.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much.
It is a remarkable story. If you think back to that match against GWS when he went into the set in the third quarter and changed it all.
Just a remarkable young person as well. The way he talks about so openly the struggles that he had last year in what was that game. Does his knee, misses out on grand final, and it's just great to see that him back. What a series he's had.
He's incredible. You think what he's been through in his 2 years to be the youngest Norm Smith medalist ever. I mean, and they've got his brother on the way too, Levi, who's apparently every bit as good as Will. So what a family success story they are for the Brisbane Lions.
And a great day for the Dannahers again at the MCG on grand final day.
They've had a few, haven't they? Obviously with TD back in the day with Essen and his uncle, but he was good today, Joey. You know, he didn't miss those early goals. He could have finished with 4 or 5 goals.
I was a touch nervous for him watching him in the warm-up. He didn't hit any too good. I mean, 2 goals 4 he had on the day, but there was a couple of big moments and he was right there, stood up under the pressure.
Just their spread of goal kickers again today. This is why it's so important to not rely on one big guy to kick a heap of goals. They had 10 goal kickers again today. You know, Archie with 4, Lyman with 3, and they just kept spreading them around.
This is a lovely touch. So when Fags first goes there, they win 5 games in that first year, 5 in the second. Hodgie gets involved as well. It's a lovely touch.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you bring stability, don't you? Greg Swan is an experienced CEO, and you know, you get Lee Matthews and people like that on the board, and you need everyone at your club going in the same direction, and they had that with wise heads, and you know, it pays off big time.
The more you break this season down now, and I'm sure will do post, it's incredible what they've overcome.
Unbelievable. I mean, everyone was riding the mock, Bruce, so to come back and be doing this now from an elimination final, just an unbelievable season.
And you've got a promotion of the game. Try Will Ashcroft and Kai Logan for a start, eh? How big are they going to be?
Don't forget Logan Morris.
No, I won't forget him as well, but oh boy, so much more to come. What a day of emotion. The heights of a premiership. And it's the Lions who've come from nowhere to win.
All right, folks, there we go. That is what it was all about today. AFL Grand Final, the Premiership winners, Brisbane Lions, of course, 120-60. I think the commentators, they've gone off. No, they've gone off. They're just playing a little bit of music anyway. Unless something comes back on, we'll just stay here for a moment. Just looking at those votes we had in today, we had 327 votes. Who was going to win today's game? And of course, we got it right in the chat today. 76% said Brisbane. Well done, everybody. But what an outstanding game. Outstanding game. 9:53 a.m. there. Also, good morning. Dale Wolf. Thanks, Annie, for staying in there. Hey, stop hogging the nice temperature. I know, it's only just starting to warm up now. We've had too much cold weather. So there you go. All right, folks, that's where I'm going to leave this one with everyone. I think it's just about done and dusted. I'm not sure whether they're going to do any more interviews down there on the ground. There we go. If they're back within the next 30 seconds, then maybe we can have a little bit of a look and keep it going for a couple more minutes. We'll just wait and see for a moment. Felipe G, night Mike. Yeah, it's about 5 to 6 in the evening here, so it's not too bad. Still got a few hours before night and dinner and all that type of thing. How's your sunset up there, Felipe? Did you have a good one there today? Hopefully it was good. Thanks, Warrior Kids, for coming in. The J Boys, everyone else, Richard Briley, Addie G, the Minis, passed away. Everyone, we had a lot of people in today to listen to this fantastic game we had on here. I tell you what, it was a cracking game though, especially if you were a Brisbane supporter, folks. Especially if you were a Brisbane supporter. It was a great game. It's been raining on and off all day. I tell you what, it's been sunshine all day here. It's been fantastic down here in Melbourne. As I said, I think got to about 21 degrees, 21 degrees, somewhere there. It was just magnificent. But there we go. All right, folks, I'm not sure if they're coming back, so I think I'll wrap this one up about now. All right, there we go. It's been raining on and off all day. That's all right. Yeah, I think Ryan was saying that. I think he's up in Coffs Harbour way, and she's pretty wet up there. But we're lucky, you know, coming into spring weather here. Well, we're a month into spring now. Just lucky to get a fantastic, beautiful day, as we sort of generally get, I think, for a grand final day here. So it was just absolutely wonderful. Long weekend where I live. Mondays. Oh, that's right. Monday's a holiday for you. That's right. Yeah, we had our public holiday was yesterday on Friday, which in Victoria, which is the grand final public holiday. So that's been in for I don't know. That's been in for about 4 years. About 4 years, I guess now. So yeah, we're pretty stoked about getting a public holiday for the AFL Grand Final, which is good. Now, you know, that gives plenty of time for people to travel. You know, a lot of people travel to country, etc., go places to hang out with friends to enjoy Grand Final day, have a barbecue, put a snag on the barbie, something like that, you know, and enjoy the day. So that's why we get the public holiday, which was good. I think it actually took place of another public holiday, and they just kept the holiday. I think it's something like that anyway. Thanks, Parts Away, Natina. Thanks, boss. Thanks, Len. Hey, Honey Bunny from Eddie G. Santa all Eddie G. All right. I suppose I should just about... Let's tip who wins next year. All right, let's tip who wins next year. You know what I was saying? I was saying before, Adrian, that Sydney did themselves no favours when they came back and beat Collingwood in that match. You remember that match? Now, if Sydney hadn't have done that, Collingwood would have made the finals. They would have been sitting 8th. They would have played Brisbane in the first week of the finals, and they would have beaten Brisbane, like Collingwood did, just only 2 weeks before the finals started. So, if that had been the case, and Collingwood made the finals, Collingwood took out Brisbane, then Sydney wouldn't have been in this position today, where they copped an absolute spanking from Brisbane in today's grand final. So you just never know what can happen, you know, through beating a team and keeping another team out that could alternately be your biggest rival in the Brisbane Lions. But, you know, it was good to see Brisbane Lions get in there today, because they were absolutely the best team to play grand final. You know what? I think Sydney was too. I think this was one of the perfect combinations of an AFL grand final, especially for the form that they both come, you know, into the grand final with. It was just incredibly disappointing, so to say, how Sydney performed today. And it was definitely not expected at all that this would happen. No one ever expected, for sure.
We've seen in the final so far.
All right, let me just... Oh, no, hang on. I was just going to say, the commentators were having a few words there.
Helter-skelter sort of style. But
now let's go back down to them and see what they have to say.
First half in particular.
Incredible. The meat and potatoes was still there. Number one contested ball team against the opposition all year. They got that right. They won the ball, and then they just held on to it. They took a world record amount of marks in the grand final today, beating Hawthorn in 2015. They had 148. They had over 150. So they just used the ball precisely. They stretched the ground out and just broke them down. That was the thing that impressed me so much, was the way they were able to execute, because it is so hard. When you want to do something, generally the opposition is so good at taking it away. They were incredible.
I thought Danaher kicked a really important goal. It was 5 goals, 7 to 4-2. They kept missing at that stage. They were 2 goals, 5 from set shots. He nailed it. They needed that nailed, and they went right on with the job.
Yeah, a very, very important shot by Joey. He was really good today. Incredible that he's been such a big presence in big moments throughout this final series.
tonight.
The Lions have caught light.
All right, that's all I had to say, folks. That's all I had to say. Monday is National Truth and Reconciliation Day here. There we go. How many times can they reconcile? You know, and welcome you to your own country. But that's a whole nother story. All right, folks, that's it. That is where I end this live today. Thanks everyone for coming in, taking part, listening to the great game we have here in Australia. Our favourite sport, of course, AFL football. You know what? We actually had the public holiday for it, so you've got to love it. All right, from everywhere and everyone who came in from around the world today, from Greece, from everywhere. We had people from everywhere. Austria. Thanks all for coming in. Philippines, Perth, America, around the globe, around the world. We all tune in and listen to this great game. But that is all I've got for everyone out there today. So thanks all everyone for coming in. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed AFL action. Don't forget though, folks, wahoo, Perth. Yeah, Perth gets a mention. Absolutely. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow we've still got 3 games of AFLW action, and of course that is the women's football, the women's AFL football. So that's going to be fantastic. There's 3 games on tomorrow, and I think we're going to cover. Well, there's actually 4 games on. I think we might cover maybe 3 of them. Maybe North Melbourne, Richmond, if you like them. Brisbane and Adelaide. So they are 4 of the top sides in the AFLW section there. So you can always count on a great game there. And of course, Port Adelaide and Carlton to round that round off for the AFLW football. So that should be pretty good tomorrow. And of course, all that kicks off at 1 p.m. Melbourne time. So get back here for that, and it should be pretty good. You'll enjoy it. You know, if you like women's sport, all that type of thing, come along, support a team. You'll enjoy it, just like we love the men's sport. All right, folks, I think that is just about it. I am over and out. Thanks, everybody. And until next time, ciao for now. We'll see you in the next live.